What's going on, guys? We are live again, once again, here on YouTube, covering what's happening in the Middle East here. We're going to go through some news articles and updates. Things are getting hot. It looks like something's going to happen, but, you know, a lot of people are talking about this 24-hour period here, or the expectation that there's going to be nuclear, or not just nuclear, but those bunker buster ordnance that can be dropped by our B-52s on that nuclear facility in Iran. And they're saying that this is going to happen any moment. There has been a power plant explosion inside of Tel Aviv. This is just now happening. Got some video footage of that. Not sure if that was something that came from Iran or if it was a missile, but it looks like it could have been something internal. Unconfirmed explosive sounds have been heard in the area of the nuclear facility in Fordow, according to Israeli media claims. It says sounds of explosions in the city of Kashan in Isfahan province, central Iran, and that's where their main a lot of their nuclear stuff. And I think that the Fordow nuclear power facility that's underground in that mountain, I think it's in the mountains of Isfahan, Isfahan. And so these explosions that are being heard are being reported by the Israelis, and not sure if that's something that's happening internally in terms of sabotage, or if there are some types of operations ongoing. Iranian air defenses shot down an Israeli drone in the sky over the city of Qom. I'm not sure if it's Qom, Qom. They call it the Holy City. I guess it's a holy city. Jordanian Air Force is now mobilizing its forces and military aircraft to shoot down Iranian drones that are heading toward Israel after they approach the Jordanian-Syrian airspace. After they approach. And there's also explosions that have been heard in the city of Tabriz, northwestern Iran. Big time events unfolding now. Now, the Iranians had a choice. They said if they had a choice, they have been given a choice to have a nuclear deal without enrichment or war. They said, we choose war. That's what they said. We choose war. So they're telling the world that they're not going to do anything besides enrich uranium enrichment. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are going to have a nuclear bomb. That just means that, you know, they're doing what they're going to do. They're not going to bow to Western influence telling them what they can and can't do. There are Iranian drones now flying over rural Dura, Syria, headed towards Israel. This was at 3:30. I guess those probably have been shot down. Looking at some of the Kumta alerts here, it doesn't look like there's been too many alerts in the last few hours. At 3 o'clock, there was some alerts. I should just kind of show you this on the page here. Can you guys all hear me out there? Oh, you know what? There's no, I don't have the chat on. Okay. I'm wondering, I'm looking at the chat and I'm like, why is that chat not on? It's probably because I got it set incorrectly here. I was looking at these different settings here, and I think I changed the setting here. Let me see what happened here. What did I do? I changed the setting and now I don't know what to do here. The supers. Okay, here we go. Live chat. Okay, so the chat has been ongoing. You guys have the chat going on. Were you guys able to see the chat room the whole time? Okay, I guess you have been, huh? All right, so I guess that is a part. Let's go ahead and look and see what else we got here. Okay, so we're looking at a lot of these alerts here. As you know, that I'm a big Telegram user. Telegram is definitely a place you want to be if you want to find out instant news. And it's a very nimble, a very quick kind of app. And if you like to jump over candlesticks, this is the place you want to be quickly. Don't get burned, because you know that's what happens when you jump over. If it's too quick, it's right here is where everything is. I just love this app. And I'm sure it's going to be one of their go-to for surveillance, too. Who knows? They're surveilling everything anyway. I mean, with this big, huge, massive breach of 16 billion accounts, whether it's Google, Facebook, or iPhones, the AI is just having a field day, just gobbling up all your information, databasing you, and handing it over to Palantir so they can put you on a kill list if you're somebody that's not one of their favorite people. Gallows humor, I don't know. You know what, though? It's reality. The reality is we live in a very sick and dying world, and I hope you all understand that. How many of you guys know we're living in the end times? How many of you guys believe we're in the end times? It is a sick and a dying and a dark and a demonic world to say that, according to biblical prophecies, you're going to see lots of demons, and demons are definitely real. So don't ever doubt that. Those are definite realities that we have to contend with. And Scripture is really clear. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, but with powers and principalities and rulers in the dark world, in this dark world. And then it tells you to put on the full armor of God. In order to be able to fight, you got to be able to resist. You got to be able to have weapons. You got to have some training. You got to know how to draw near to God, and then, God will draw near to you. And your armor is the armor of God. It's not your armor. It's GI. That's what GI meant. Back in the day, it was government-issued armor, right? Government-issued clothes, government-issued weapons. Everything was government-issued. You were basically owned by the government. But when you're in the kingdom and you're fighting for the Most High, the principles of truth, in reality, the ultimate reality, Jesus himself is the reality that we are talking about here. It's God issued. Everything is God issued. Your armor, your shield of faith, quench the fiery darts of the wicked one. Sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. Your helmet of salvation, whereby you protect your mind. Breastplate of righteousness, protect your vital organs, spiritually speaking. But this is a battle that is being waged in the spirit realm. It's not just against people or human fallen nature or human agents, but we're talking about real influences that affect human consciousness that are outside our realm, and that intersect with our own thoughts and our own personal realities every day. And so you got the loins girded up with a belt of truth. You got your shoes shod with the preparation of the gospel of peace. You go out, how blessed are those who bring good news. Remember what it says? You got to have the good news with you. That's how you're going to fight. And this symbolism is basically how the Romans would go out and fight. It was basically their armament. So all this to say, we are in the midst of a major battle for the hearts and the souls of humanity. And it's not just saving America or saving the world from nuclear holocaust. It's about saving your soul, because nuclear holocaust will come, according to biblical prophecy. Biblical prophecy, and I think we're right on track for all that to happen, is only going to be a part of that purification of hearts and souls in preparation for what's to come. And that is a transition into the kingdom and the world that is to come, that is forever. It is without, it says it's a new heavens and a new earth. The old heavens, old earth is going to be passing away really quickly by, it says, intense heat. So what does that mean? Intense heat, fire. It says this, the skies roll back like a scroll. That sounds to me like nuclear holocaust. Because when you see when you see a scroll roll back, doesn't it look like the clouds roll back like a scroll? It says in the Bible. That's nuclear. That's a depiction of nuclear detonations. When you see things rolling back, I mean, if you've ever seen the percussion of a nuclear impact, and then you see how it affects the atmosphere, it literally rolls back like a scroll. So whoever was explaining that visual from thousands of years ago was looking into the future, was looking at a nuclear detonation that was affecting the whole planet. So we could very well be seeing the beginnings of that right now. Because if you're really studying what's happening right now, this is pretty big stuff. Pretty big stuff, I would say. Let's see what they're saying on disclosed. Trump says only time will tell in response to talks over U.S. strikes against Iran. Only time will tell. I love the way he tries to be so cryptic. It makes him feel like he's one of these movers and shakers, the one that's controlling things, because everybody's hanging on every last word that he says, because we're the almighty USA. And our president, basically, he is the leader of the free world. And also the world that is in bondage, the third world. We basically rule the world. So everybody hangs on every word that he says, and that makes him feel good, I'm sure. But let's look at this conversation here. I'm just kind of curious to see what they had to say here. Let's listen in. Only time will tell. I love the way they say that. Only time will tell.
Weeks. There's been a lot of discussion about it. How do you read it?
Let's go back and enable the
2 weeks. There's been a lot of discussion about it. How do you read it?
I think that Donald Trump has never wavered from the ultimate objective, which is that the Iranian nuclear program has to end. It has to be dismantled. It has to be destroyed. The only question has been whether it's done militarily or whether it's done voluntarily. He gave them a 60-day deadline. They let the deadline pass, and so Israel began bombing on day 61. And now he is basically holding out. This is your last chance. The time for negotiation is over. There's not going to be any kind of deal. This is a question of whether Iran cries Amu, which is Persian for uncle, or and allows U.S. to come in and blow up Fordo from inside, or we do it from without, from the skies above with B-2 bombers. But I think there is zero chance that the Fordo nuclear facility survives this encounter with Iran.
That the Fordo nuclear facility survives this encounter that we have with Iran, right? Okay, great. Andy T, welcome to the Eternal Blazer channel, the Eternal Blazers membership. We got Super Blazers, we got Eternal Blazers, and then we got Super Eternal Blazers. It's kind of like principalities, powers, and rulers. There's different levels, I guess, of support, but we do appreciate you. Andy T, amazing. And if you want me to share or speak or say anything about what you're thinking on the live chat, just do a super chat it, and I'll stop. But let's get back to the news here. What else do we got going on here? There's so much going on. People are saying we're about to bomb them any minute now. Let's see what Trump had to say, just out of curiosity. I hate green tax credits and the great, big, beautiful bill. They are largely a giant scam. I would much prefer that this money be used somewhere else, including reductions. Anywhere would be preferable. Windmills and the rest of this junk are the most expensive and inefficient energy in the world. It is destroying the beauty of the environment and is 10 times more costly than any other energy. None of it works without massive government subsidy. Okay, so I wonder why they're posting that. I have no idea. What the hell? What is this? What a picture. Tesla strikes a $556 million deal for China's largest grid battery. You know what? I bet you this is still Elon smarting and a little bit miffed at his interactions with Trump. He's like, all right, Trump, I'll just go make some deals with the Chinese since you're going to be a jerk. But I'll still say nice things about you in public here because we're still kind of Americans, right? What do you think? Is this kind of crazy? Don't you think this is like a stab in the back to Trump right there? Trump wanted to sell his Tesla, right? He said he didn't want it anymore. So Elon's like, okay, well, I'll just go over to China and we'll start. But, I think that this is all kabuki theater because this guy right here has been heavily funded by government subsidies anyway, and grants and everything to do what he's ever done, whether it's the Starlink project or there's another star surveillance program that is satellite behind its military, also behind what Starlink is. And I forget the name of it. It's been kind of secret. Now, a lot of people don't know about it, but, he's all this funding to do all this is not because he's such a smart billionaire businessman. I think it has a lot to do with, and I'm not saying he's not smart, but he's gotten a lot of money from government. And that's why Trump was saying all that stuff because, Trump's going to take any ammo he can get. When he's in a fight with somebody, he's going to use any bit of ammo he can find. And being that he's president, he knows everything. He has information, I should say, on everybody. Intel on every single person. Any enemy he can find out anything on at a moment. And so because Elon is his enemy, he's looking for anything that he can to throw at him. And now here's Elon. Okay, I'm just going to go hang out with the Chinese then. Whatever. I'll take X with me and we'll go build China. Kuwait is evacuating its citizens from Iran. Meanwhile, the U.S. State Department has started assisted departure flights for American citizens from Israel. So I guess a lot of people are now leaving Israel. Even Israelis are fleeing, from what I understand. I heard there's 30,000 plus Israelis that have up and left Israel. So bad things may be coming. I know that the Iranians have told Israelis to leave Haifa and Tel Aviv, just like the Israelis told Iranians to leave Tehran, because bad things are coming. What does that mean? I don't know. Anything's possible with Trump. We don't know. Is Trump going to press the button? Is he not going to press the button? Is he crazy enough? I don't know. Is he not crazy enough? Well, we don't know. Trump is crazy. Trump could do anything. We won't know until after the fact. And then we can say, in history, we'll say, well, yeah, Trump was crazy. We weren't sure. We were hoping. We were trusting the plan, but it ended up turning out to a nuclear holocaust. But we were hoping. And he was a better choice than Camilla at the moment. But looking back, maybe not. Because there's nothing left as history records it. Like I said, we don't know yet. So we'll find out real soon. My sense is, though, from my read of character, and I think I have a pretty good bead on reading people, is that he's a megalomaniac narcissist that loves to be the center of attention no matter where he's at, and that's kind of dangerous. Let's see. Now we monitor all different sites here, whether it's Israeli or Middle Eastern channels or American channels. We look at everything. Russian channel. We look at everything. So we're not partisan. We're not in any way advocating for any country. I am not in any way. I am apolitical. I would say a political atheist. If you really are. My only allegiance and my only citizenship, I would say, if I were to say I do have American citizenship, but don't throw me out to Guantanamo, but our true citizenship is in heaven, right? We look at our kingdom is from above, and it is within our hearts. But I do claim in the world that I live to be American. But that doesn't mean I have to agree with everything, and that doesn't mean that I have to not be critical of things that are happening. But I am critical of a lot of things, even outside the country. I'm not wanting to move to Iran, and I'm not wanting to move to Russia either. Okay, there's really no safe place or perfect place anyway. It's kind of like people when they say they go to church, they say, "Well, I can't find a good church. Everywhere I go, there's no good churches." Well, when you do find the perfect church, make sure that you don't go to it because you will mess it up. So there really is no perfect country either. Just saying, everybody's human. Everybody has, if they don't have a redemption of their heart and soul, really it starts with you. You become the answer to the questions that humanity has. It starts right there in your own heart. The road to Zion is in your heart. I guess if you say Zion, I'm not talking about Zionism. I'm just talking about the Mount Zion. I'm not talking about Zionism. The road to Zion is in your heart. And that's coming from one of the great bands, Petra, back in the day. Let's see what else we got. And this whole thing about editing DNA, this is absolutely insanity. This is as in the days of Noah. This is it. They're editing DNA. They're changing and altering the human genome, which I think can be irreversible once it's affecting, children and it's being passed on in the genes, right? You're not gonna fix it if you make a mistake and screw up the human species by science, quote unquote science. Trust the science, says Fauci. I am science. Don't criticize me because I'm science. He literally said that. When you got people that are in charge, that are put in charge, that are given presidential awards, because yes, MAGA, listen carefully, MAGA out there, Trump gave Fauci and Birx a presidential award before he left office. But he doesn't like him. He said he didn't like him. It doesn't matter what he said. He says a lot of things and he does the opposite. He says he has our back. He says he's taking our slings and arrows. But what happens when he's not? What happens when it's coming against you? That maybe he's just telling you that for, just like you're always saying he does for the enemy. He doesn't tell them what he's going to do. Maybe he's not telling you maybe you're the enemy and you don't know it. You ever thought about that? He used to be a Democrat. He used to be a pro-abortionist. He used to love abortion not too long ago. And became a Republican because he felt your pain. I'll feel your pain. Who said that? Clinton said that. I feel your pain. I'm sure he feels your pain, just like Clinton. Oh, by the way, Clinton's and the Trumps were really good buddies, too, for a long time. They even went to each other's wedding. But anyways, he changed. I forgot. He got born again. Or wait a minute. Did he become a Jew? Everybody says he converted to Judaism too. I wonder if he converted to Judaism behind the Christian evangelicals' back, because it happened kind of simultaneously, if you didn't know, evangelical Christians. But anyways, I'm just, everybody says I need to do my 15-minute Trump rant, and there you go. Pelosi raked in millions last year, outperforming large hedge funds. I love that picture, man. That is awesome. Pelosi. She's fat. And I say P-H-A-T. They say that when you got lots of money, you got fat money. You got a fat wallet. Sorry about that. Okay, so we got some more things happening here. Iranian air defenses intercept hostile targets over Tehran. So I guess Tehran is under attack right now from Israel. Or could it be America? It could be America in there too. We just don't know yet. But we'll find out. We'll be the first ones to tell you because we got all kinds of sources here. Let's go ahead and look at that up close and personal. This is Tehran right now. Tehran. The sound of warplanes in the skies of Hamadan and the Markazi province is related to Iranian fighter jets patrolling, is what they're saying. This is the power plant in Tel Aviv that's supposedly on fire. Not sure exactly what's going on there. This kind of looked like a picture or video that I saw earlier, like a couple days ago. I'm not sure if this is something that is brand new or not, but we follow a bunch of channels, so we're just kind of looking at everything here. Let's go back over to our channel and see what we got here. B-52s are in the air. Now, the B-52s, or I'm sorry, not the B-52s, the B2's. Now, I don't think they're using B-52s anymore, but the B2s are being transported not only to Diego Garcia, and they're flying out of there. Then there was a number of B-52s there not too long ago, but they're also on their way to Guam, and they say that could be a stealth backdoor attack on Iran that they wouldn't see coming. Not sure why, but it could also be, they say, to keep in check China, that they don't do anything while this is all unfolding. You know, China has a huge interest in all of this going away. They are getting a huge portion of their oil from Iran. A lot of their oil comes from Iran. Let's see what the heck is this? What is this? It says here that the mission to make, this is posted by Kennedy, Secretary Kennedy. I think he likes that title. They said that he's wanted to be in government for a long time. He's finally gotten his shot at the big time. So maybe that's kind of why he's compromised too. Maybe they knew he was a weak character because the guy's had issues. You know, he was a heroin addict for a while. You know, he's had some character issues over the years, as have a lot of the Kennedys. But he finally got the big time. But you know, this is why a lot of people think in Maha or Maga or ha 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 that maybe he's changed and altered his position and not been true to what he believes because he's a weak kind of guy, that he just goes along, you know, trying to promote health and well-being. He's already been seen in 2 different photo ops with President Trump eating Big Macs and fries and Cokes, I guess, to pump up the brand, the American brand. You know, we got to keep our American brands going. And even if they're killing everybody. But wait a minute, I forgot. They started using lard instead of the other stuff, that all those oils that were killing people when they cook their fries and they deep fry everything. So I guess McDonald's got better now. So I guess we could start promoting McDonald's food again. But yeah, so they, you know, this guy is kind of like a compromise kind of a character, if you ask me. But he says a mission to make America healthy again, Maha, includes Maba. I mean, this is like stupid. Baba? How about Dada? How about Goo Gaga? How about Gaga? Let's just make up new words. Like a genius bill. You're a genius. Let's have a new bill called You're a Genius. I always think of that as like you're being stupid. You know, like, you're such a genius. This is a genius bill, Trump. I'm going to call it the genius bill. I just thought that was the stupidest thing, to call it a genius bill. But anyway, make American biotech accelerate. What? The mission to make America healthy again includes MABA, Make America Biotech Accelerate. Accelerant? What the heck does that mean? I'm trying to think of what that word means. I was thinking it was accelerant. No, that's accelerant. Accelerant. accelerate. Does anybody know what that means? Anyways, so it says President Trump showed in his first term what happens when you unlock American science. Breakthroughs happen fast. Now we're going to do it again. Breakthroughs like as in warp speed? Is that what he's talking about? Like warp speed fast? Like when they roll out unvetted technologies to put in your body that cause heart attacks and sudden death syndrome and all kinds of other long-term effects? You mean that kind of fast? Is that what he's talking about? Accelerate. Okay, No, that's accelerate. Accelerate doesn't mean to speed up, does it? Make American biotech accelerate. I would think accelerate was spelled EX. Am I? Let me see. It means to begin to move more quickly, right? Okay, so it does mean accelerate. It means to accelerate. They could have said accelerate, right? Because accelerate means the same thing, right? Accelerate. Yeah, because accelerate means... Oh, maybe not. Accelerate means it refers to energy account. Okay, that means okay, yeah. So it says accelerate or accelerate. If you do a search on it, it tells you two different ones. It says the word you're looking for is accelerate. Accelerate is not a standard English word. It's likely a misspelling of accelerate. Okay. Accelerate means to increase. That is so crazy. I never knew that. While accelerate is sometimes used as slang combining excel and accelerate to mean succeeding very quickly, it's not the correct term for increasing speed or for making something happen faster. So maybe he is a genius. Maybe he does know everything more than most us, plebs down here. But anyways, let's move on. Now I feel stupid. But accelerate, the people do use that word. Accelerate. Okay, I got it. I got you. So we're going to make it happen fast. But anyways, let's see what else we got here. The new Middle East. The world after Gaddafi. I remember that very well. Poor Gaddafi. And it says here, the new Middle East. And now he's already preparing for his death. He's already got 3 successors that he's already named. And he's prepared to go out with a bang. And we're talking about a literal bang. A nuclear bang.
The reality here that
what is this? Let's take a listen to this. This right here is... I'm thrilled to invest in Iran. The Persian people are natural allies of Jews, Americans, and the West. You know what, though? Iranians are at least the Iranians that I have known. I have met and known a few Iranians, and they are really good people, and they're smart. The ones that I knew really well in days gone by were Christian. They actually have a Christian part of Iran that they allow there. I believe they speak Farsi, and so something's going on here. Hold on, some breaking news here. Let's take a look at this. Let's see what this breaking news is. We have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow. This is Trump. This is coming from End Time Headlines. End Time Headlines, for anybody that knows who End Time Headlines is. End Time Headlines has stated that, and this is just now happening, that we have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. All planes are now outside of Iranian airspace. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site, Fordow. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors, obviously. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. Now it's time for peace. I'm going to punch you in the jaw, and now it's time for peace. You don't think they I wonder if the Iranians have anything left. Do they have anything else? I heard they have a complex of underground missile cities all throughout. So I don't think they're going to just sit back and wait. I think they're going to start unleashing hell now that we just did this. Well, but we'll wait to see. Maybe we decapitated their whole program, and that's going to make them just want to sit down and give up. Maybe they're just going to say, okay, we give up now. You just killed our only means of and source of energy, because that's what we were going to use it for, was just energy. I'm sure there wasn't any secret military nuclear program going on in the back shadows, kind of like Israel is doing. I'm sure that they weren't doing that. But hey, why don't we call Israel to an account for all of their nuclear weapons that they are not supposed to have? They're not supposed to have nuclear weapons either. Why do they have a whole bunch of them? Because they're our ally, of course, and they're westernized. But anyways, so he says, thank you for your, I hate when he does that. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Thank you for your attention to this matter. It just sounds like some infomercial or something. I don't know why he does that. It sounds very haughty, arrogant, just out of touch with just like, I don't know what it is, but that always rubs me the wrong way. Anytime he says that, and he always says that when he thinks he's really smart or he's done something very, very intelligent or like amazing, like this is a genius move here. Thank you for your attention to this matter. You know, that's what it sounds like. It just sounds so dumb to me, you know, like, anyways. Okay, so now all the other channels are starting to pick up on what's going on here. Everybody's starting to pick up. Israeli official, U.S. war has informed Israel in advance about the attack in Iran, and the talks were done in coordination. We have completed our... Okay, this is what everybody's now picking up on. Mr. No War Trump just bombed Iran, right? He's the man of peace. He wants a Nobel Peace Prize. He was crying yesterday about not having a Nobel Peace Prize. Where's my Nobel Peace Prize? I deserve 5 of them. And then he lists off why he deserves 5 different. He literally has it all chronicled. I deserve a Peace Prize for this thing, and for this thing, and for this one, and for this one, and for this one. But they're not going to give me one because I'm not a liberal. They only give liberals peace prizes. Wah! But now we're going to go out and bomb everybody because, you know what? I guess I just can't live up to that expectation anymore. Let's just go ahead and start global World War III. Let's just go start World War III and bomb Iran. But I want my peace prize. But anyways, another free rant from Blazing Press. I'm sorry, my rants, I just sometimes just let loose. I'm sorry. If you don't agree with that, it's okay. You can still love us. You can still pray for us. We're still one in the faith. That doesn't mean that I don't believe in Jesus and that I don't believe what the Bible teaches and that everything. Just because I'm on the other side of you politically, it's okay. We can all still love each other. This is not gonna end the way people think. I don't think. Okay, this guy was absolutely wrong because he just said, this guy's a Middle Eastern guy. He said people who keep posting explosions in Tehran, explosions in Isfahan, etc., are literally just reposting from Iranian channels who are hearing air defenses being activated against drones. No, that was probably the incoming planes. As stated many times in the past few days, the vast majority of attacks on Iran are not being carried out by Israeli jet fighters, but one-way drones or quadrocopters. Air defense is active almost every night, which causes the sounds. The only areas consistently subject to real and intense Israeli airstrikes are Tibritz, Kermanshah, and occasionally Tehran. Okay. Well, that was only 10 minutes ago, and I guess this guy actually got it. Makes him look kind of stupid now because he just posted this 10 minutes later. He just posted this 10 minutes later after he just got done posting that. All of the explosions in the skies of Tehran that we were just reporting were the American planes dropping bombs. That's what was going on there. Okay, what does Trump have to say now? Major breaking. Trump announces U.S. drop bombs on 3 nuclear sites in Tehran. Now the whole Middle East, as the winds begin to pick up, are now killing huge amounts of people with radioactive fallout. Radioactivity is now being wafted all over eastern part of the Middle East. Where's the winds? I wonder where the prevailing winds are going. I wonder how much, radiation is being leaked out. I wonder what we're going to hear. I wonder how bad this is going to get. They said they wanted to do this on the weekend because they wanted to try to support and make sure the markets didn't teeter and didn't totter. That we would come into the Monday and markets would explode because everybody's so happy about what happened. America did a great job. It's nice and clean and tidy up with a nice little bow. Everything's all done. And there's not going to be any response because, the Iranians are just going to capitulate. They're going to just lay down, and they're going to say, okay, you got us, uncle. But I don't think that that's what's going to happen. I think things are, and I might be wrong. I may be wrong, but we're going to find out. I just don't think that this is just going to stop. I don't think that they've neutralized the Iranians by just taking out those facilities. They have stated that the Iranians have missile cities underground. They're complexes of miles and miles of tunnels that have missiles packed to the roof. And they're not going to pull out those missiles now and start firing all over the place. I'll bet you that you're going to see some incoming missiles here real soon into Israel. And now, probably American bases. And also, the Strait of Hormuz is going to be shut off. They're going to close the Strait of Hormuz. They're going to do something. You watch. I can almost guarantee it that they are going to do something very dramatic, and it's going to involve America because America just did this. Israel has put America up in the front and said, you take the big punch when they respond. You're going to take why didn't Israel want to do it? Israel could have done this. Israel could have dropped bunker busters. These are not hard bombs to make. I was listening to some commentary on this. It's very simple for them to have created these big bunker buster bombs, but they don't have the platforms to deliver them. But they could have got the platform to deliver these bunker busters very simply. They could have even rented the planes from some of these Middle Eastern countries that have them, that are able to carry these heavy payloads. They didn't need a B2. They could have done it, but they didn't want to do it. They wanted the Americans to do it. But there you go. Now we're the ones that are going to get punched in the nose by Iran. And what is that going to happen? What's going to happen after that? Well, Trump is going to have to do the tit for the tat because you got two crazy leaders now arcing off of each other, Ayatollah Khomeini and Donald Trump. And you know what? The Israelis know that. And that's why they did it. Because they, if everybody thinks, gosh, and this is such a controversial topic, I'm not even going to go into it because people they don't know history and they don't understand the religious aspects behind what's going on here. And I'm not going to even breach that topic. You're going to have to figure it out yourself. Because people will get very angry, especially the evangelicals, if I start telling them what is really happening here. And I'll just point you to a good little documentary. It's called Europa. Why don't you go watch the documentary Europa? Spend a lot of time meditating on that. 10-hour series of information. Just kind of get the gist of like why we haven't been told the truth about our own history, not to mention the history of World War I and World War II. On top of that, there's a lot of things that we haven't been told that's accurate, and I'm sure that we've got our propaganda and that there's propaganda that comes from other viewpoints, the way they see it. But really, when you really look at the evidence of what happened, we've been sold a pack of lies for a long time. And I'm sorry, but I do not care to believe I don't want people to say, well, just don't say too much about it. We know we're not being told the truth, but don't say too much. Just keep it to yourself and just wave the flag when we're surrounded and we're under enemy fire. We all got to kind of circle the wagons because it's our homeland, it's our families, and everything depends on our unity. I'm not going to unify with a lie. I'm not going to perpetuate a lie. I'd much rather see what really is true and talk about that. And then it says B-2 bombers were involved in these strikes. Let's see. Let's look at this. B-2 bombers were involved in strikes on Iran's nuclear sites, the U.S. officials tell Reuters. For when they say to you, peace and security and safety, then sudden destruction shall come upon them, like a woman in travail, and they will not escape. That was forwarded from one of our posts from a while back. Obviously, that's scripture. June 4th. It was June 4th we posted that. The United States is now officially a party on the war against the Islamic regime of Iran. Iran had just made a statement in a post just a little bit ago, before all this happened, that anyone that supports, aids in any way through shipments of sea or air to Israel is now a legitimate target and an enemy combatant against Iran. So Iran is basically saying, hey, you want to be a part of this, you're going to support Israel, you're going to be on our target list. And now there's going to be bad things happening in your lands. So now we're going to have bad things. America is the big target. They might go after UK, they might go after France, they might go after NATO, what other NATO countries are aiding Israel, or even some of these Middle Eastern countries like Saudi Arabia or so. I think Saudi Arabia, there's still some kind of a, this Abraham Accord thing going on in the background that kind of like Jordan is protecting Israel, But I think that being that what we just did, we are going to be square smack dab in the center of the crosshairs of Iran. And you're talking about asymmetrical warfare. When you talk about a big giant trying to crush some little, and I use this metaphor, a giant and a smaller army or a midget army. This is the same thing that happened in Vietnam. Why did we lose that war? Being that we were the superpower and one of the most powerful nations around, undisputed. Why did we lose that war? Some would say we didn't lose it, but we, carpet bombed. We did everything. We Agent Oranged them to death, not to mention our own guys. Our own guys got all kinds of terrible effects of that, Agent Orange. But we lost a lot of guys, and it was like a war of attrition, right, eventually. But why? Because they're guerrilla. They knew how to fight guerrilla warfare. They knew how to draw us in and just slowly wear us down. And I believe the Iranians and every other Middle Eastern sympathizer that hates America and that hates Israel is now going to collaborate. They're going to be joining forces because we basically just united them. We've made the enemy of our enemy, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? That kind of scenario where they start working together now against the great enemy, or as they call America, the big Satan or the great Satan. They call us the big Satan. Israel is obviously the little Satan. Well, we're living up to our image and our title in Iran. We're living up to that. We're basically saying, yeah, we are the big Satan. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it, Iran? We're the big Satan. We just destroyed all your nuclear facilities. What are we going to do about it? Let's see. And Trump, because he's got he's the big cheese. He's the big kahuna. He's the master cheese in the house. Nobody crosses Donald Trump and gets away with it. So what happens if they start really hurting and attacking our interests? What do you think Trump's going to do? Is he going to nuke them? Do you think Trump's going to just go ahead and just drop a nuke on the whole country? He might, because he's crazy. You don't know what he's going to do. He's going to do something. Because he got to protect his legacy. He got to protect his, hey, we did it during, Japan. We nuked two cities into oblivion. World War II, we just carpet bombed cities inside of Germany, killing hundreds of thousands of people, women, children, everybody. We just carpet bombed the whole thing. But it's okay because we're America and we were just trying to save our own way of life, And that's what we're going to do. We're going to just try to save ourselves. We're going to do anything that's, collateral damage. To hell with the collateral damage. To hell with people, animals, whatever. Just destroy everything as long as we save ourselves, right? We don't need to think about anybody else because we're the only ones that matter here, right? We're exceptional. We're above all other nations. We're the great America. America the Great. We're a city set on a hill. The police of the world, the world reserve currency. Everybody depends on America. We feed the world. We preach the gospel to the whole world. This is our gospel right here. Evangelicals are wholeheartedly behind this, I'm sure. Well, they maybe not. I think there's a lot of evangelicals that are waking up. But this is our gospel to the world. It's kind of like when we came in to convert Indians at the end. And I know the gospel does help. It does bring people to an awareness of what ultimate reality is. But you can't convert people at the edge of a sword. You just can't. You can't make people believe your way because that's not the way Jesus would have done it. He did it by example. He did it by the power of the God of heaven that revealed the truth in their inner heart. It wasn't something that was imposed upon them by some outward, conformity to our system of government or whatever, our system of religion, religious ritual. You got to follow this in order to be a Christian. Otherwise, whatever they did to them, I mean, it's almost like it, and I'm not going to get into that. But anyway, let's go. Let's move on. Let's see. Iranian journalist. It says this is an Iranian journalist, Hashemini, says that the Fordo facility was targeted by B-2 bombers and dozens of tons of bunker-busting bombs. And dozens of tons. Dozens of tons. Reports out of Iran right now of some of the most heavy, wide-spectrum jamming of the war, radios, GPS, and cell, all experiencing heavy degradation. Most likely U.S. electronic warfare supporting the strikes. We told you that that was the beginning of what was going to be an operation because almost everything was down, internet, in the last 24 hours. It was a prelude to something big. President Trump is expected to address the nation later. My fellow Americans. He's probably like, yes, I feel presidential now. Finally! Everybody's going to give me the respect that I deserve. My fellow Americans. Now, he's got the respect of MAGA, kind of, but, you know, he's kind of like, a lot of MAGA people are jumping ship, though, right now. You got Tucker, you got Marjorie Taylor Greene, you've got Steve Bannon, even Alex Jones, all jumping ship in a certain way. They're criticizing Trump big time on this. They're not happy with this. I'm sure there's a lot of Christian supporters of Trump that are not happy with this either. But then there's a whole bunch of Zionist Christians out there that are like, yes, just destroy them in Jesus' name. Just nuke them all. Praise God. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there like that too. But anyways. All right, let me look at some of your chat. I know I'm missing the chat room here. Let me just go back. Did I miss anything here? And I want to just thank all the members for supporting what we're doing. A-Dub, people like A-Dub and Josh Lacey and who else we got in here that are in the house right now? Revelation is in the house. And all the mods. Thank you for all that you guys do. And all the supporters on a regular basis there. Elizabeth, thank you for being a part of what we're doing here. Oh, let's see. Fig Beater, she's been here for a long time. And all of you guys out there that like to listen in the shadows. I know you're there. Let's see what else we got here. Truth Social platform is down after the announced strikes on Iran. Uh-oh. This is just the beginning. That was probably symbolic. They're probably like, let's just show Trump how much we control everything. Let's just go shut his site down. Let's see. I want to see if Truth Social is really down. Is it really down? Let's see. I don't know. I can still see it. Let me see, but I can never see it on Chrome. I have to go to a different browser because my Chrome, for some reason, I can never see his site with Chrome. No, it's up. It's on. I can access it. I don't see anything different about it. Well, wait a minute. Let me see. It's not letting me log in. Let me see. Let me see. It's not letting me log in. Let me see. Okay, there is something wrong. Hold on. It won't let me log in. That's crazy. So there is something wrong with it. Is anybody else having a problem getting into Truth Social? I don't even use Truth Social, but I have an account there just so I can at least see what's going on. You know, I got an account to look at it, and I don't have a Blazing Press account. I wouldn't even. To me, this site is just. It's like a meme coin. It's like the Trump meme coin to me. That's what it reminds me of, the Trump meme coin. But yeah, it doesn't work. I can't log in. Either that or he's blocked me. And he knows that he knows that this is my account. Am I still on? How come I? Okay, here we go. Why is my okay? Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, there we are. Let me look at some of your. Let me look at some of it. It is down. Fig Beater, you're right. It is down. It is having issues on TS app. Yeah, it is down. I think it is down because I can't get on. Thank you, David Craig. And David Craig, yeah, David Craig, blessings to you as well. Guitar Man Juan, Angela Corinne, all my beloved members. Don't forget, you guys get little membership perks. All kinds of things we're going to be rolling out for all the members. So get on the membership bandwagon and support us in every way you can. The banks are next. Uh-oh. All right, make those donations before the banks go down, guys. Hurry, man. If your Bitcoin, if you still got access to your Bitcoin, convert it to cash and send it quick. Arnold Schmidt. Hello, Arnold. Let's see. You're not having a problem with True Social? Okay, Cindy. I'm not sure. With the crypto, you've got Starlink. Oh, so you can still get your crypto through Starlink. Is that what you're saying? But how do you get crypto? How do you use crypto to buy food? I'm just kind of curious. How do you use crypto to buy food? How do you convert crypto? Let's just say everything kind of goes down. Just out of curiosity. I just still think there's a lot of things going on there. Okay, U.S. bases in West Asia have been put on high alert. U.S. bases in West Asia have now been put on high alert. I can envision here real soon, very soon, something huge going down against American interests. We're talking like 9/11 or bigger. Okay, something much bigger. And yeah, we're talking about something huge going down against Americans and America and America's interests wherever they can be found. This is what the Iranian government is planning. Not to mention all these other groups that have come across our border en masse in preparation for this very moment, I'm sure, because they knew this was where it was going to go. They're not stupid. And they didn't think that we were going to make a deal with them. They've had too much history dealing with us and seeing how we deal with nations for the last 30 plus years or more. I say probably 40. Well, you can go all the way back to Vietnam, but at least with Middle Eastern, politics, they've had a lot of precedent. They've had a lot of history of watching how we've dealt with different countries. Just take Libya, for example, or Iraq, to name a few. And you could say Afghanistan and Syria in there too. But you think they really trust us? No. Do you think they've been planning for this for a long time? Yes, I do. But anywho's, everybody's going to wake up real soon, I'm sure. Let's see what Amir has to say. What is Amir saying? He's probably rejoicing. He's like, oh, yeah, this is great. America now is the one that's going to get hit hard. I told you. You guys are going to have all kinds of problems now. And you're going to understand that we were right all along. Iranians are not our friends. The world is awaiting the documentation of the American strike. Oh, really? We're waiting? Trump will deliver a special statement at 5 a.m. Israeli time. All right, so when is that? Let's see. When is Trump going to issue this statement? Let's see. What happened here? Alert, alert. Uh-oh. let's see, what time in Israel? The time in Israel right now is, okay, so in about an hour and a half, Trump is going to be making a statement, supposedly. Trump is going to be making a statement in an hour and a half. Let's see what they had to say here. Let's go ahead and listen in.
This is a Fox News alert. News from the President of the United States that there has been an attack inside Iran. Just moments ago, President Donald Trump putting out on Truth Social, we have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. Again, this from President Donald Trump. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site, Fordo. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Again, that's just seconds ago from President Donald Trump on Truth Social, suggesting that those B-2 bombers that perhaps were on the way may have been behind this. We'll get more details on these 3 sites that the president said has been attacked inside Iran. This comes after days of negotiations to try to get Iran to the negotiating table. The President of the United States saying it would have to be unconditional surrender, saying enrichment would have to stop. We heard from negotiations in Europe that that was not being accepted by the Iranians, that they would not stop enriching uranium. There was a thought that this could go as long as 2 weeks, as the president said he would decide within 2 weeks. However, 2 days is within 2 weeks. And now word from President Donald Trump that these attacks have happened. Again, interesting that 3 sites have been struck by U.S. bombers. And this, again, we'll get more information about the exact targets and what bombs were used. We expect that the GBU-57, the bunker buster, the massive penetrator bomb, may have been one of those used. Fordo is a nuclear facility inside Iran that is roughly a half-mile deep underneath a rock mountain-like facility that has been said to be the site of a lot of the enrichment capability. Esfahan, believed to be a storage facility for enriched uranium, and Natanz, another part of the nuclear facilities. They have several throughout Iran. It has been long described as a very difficult and tedious effort to go after these nuclear sites, but the U.S., for the first time, launching an attack inside Iran. Again, the President of the United States saying all of the planes are out of Iranian airspace. The bombings do continue by the Israelis inside Iran as this back-and-forth volley between Israel and Iran has continued for some 2 weeks. We expect to hear more about this operation, not only from the Pentagon, but perhaps from the White House, although the White House this evening, has called a lid, as far as meaning no one will talk after that. That may be changing now. Obviously, we have this Truth Social post from President Donald Trump. Do we have Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon? Can we get her up and we can talk through what we're hearing from military sources? Jennifer Griffin is live at the Pentagon. Let's bring Jennifer in. Jennifer, we're just getting word, obviously, with the president's.
Okay, hold on one second.
What this looks like.
I lost the feed there. Oh, it's almost over. But here, let me just finish that last part. Sorry about that. I lost the window on that. I don't know why. Okay. Let's just listen to that last part. It's only a few more seconds here.
And we can talk through what we're hearing from military sources. Jennifer Griffin is live at the Pentagon. Let's bring Jennifer in. Jennifer, we're just getting word, obviously, with the president's announcement, what this looks like.
Well, Brett, we knew that there was something afoot this morning when we woke and heard that there were 6 B-2 bombers that had been seen leaving.
Well, it's not like we didn't know. We were telling everybody for the last 2 days now that the bombers were on their way, but I guess mainstream just finally figured it out. All right, so let's take a look at what's going on over here on the back screens here. I'm just going to put this up here. Let's just kind of go through some of the extra news here that's happening. Let's see. The U.S. just made history and bombed the Iranian nuclear sites. Really? We definitely did make history. I guess we're going to find out how that history unfolds as well. There is a problem with food sold in the United States. Corn in the United States glows fluorescent when held up to a black light. After investigating the cause, the only possible reason for this is that the corn is contaminated with chemicals or is grown in a chemical environment that absorbs them. What? Let's look at this video. You guys want to see something crazy? What is going on here? Just a little in other news here kind of story. Let's look at this. The corn glows, what, green? Is it green?
And y'all, this right here is a brand new, straight out of the freezer, like we got it 2 or 3 days ago, 6-pack of corn from our local grocery store. And y'all, I'm not making this up. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm not showing y'all no name of this company. But I talked to one of my uncles, and I've Googled it. He said the only reason that he thinks it should be glowing like this, and he's real big into plants, and I mean, he's been doing it his whole life, was in the business forever, but he said it's either got a chemical on it or a chemical in the ground. I Googled it, and it said the only reason corn should be glowing under a UV light is because of a chemical in the ground. And it said it is very toxic to humans and animals. Y'all, I want y'all to watch this. This is so crazy. Like I said, I don't know how I feel about it, but I'm sharing it with y'all. We're not going to eat this. We was going to eat this. We've eat this brand plenty of times, but y'all watch this. Let me cut my light off. Y'all, these 2 pieces right here are not that bad. This one, yeah, I mean, look at that. But this middle piece, or this side piece over here, y'all, that's something out of Avatar. That is one of the plants out of Avatar. What is going on with this corn? Like I said, I don't know how I feel about making this video. I've tried to stay away from my conspiracy mind videos, and because I believe a lot of stuff we're being told is lies. But I'm not making this up. We was going to eat this. What is going on?
That's pretty crazy. I wouldn't eat it.
Are
That's why we're growing our own corn.
This corn before they pick it to serve to us. That piece right there, if I could flip it over, this piece right here is so bright on both sides. Look at that, y'all. I'm not making this.
You know, he didn't flip it over because he doesn't want to show the name of the brand, but he should have. His name is Bass Head. Doesn't he sound like someone that goes bass fishing? He sounds like a country boy. But yeah, we're growing our own corn, but I'm just telling you, I'm always conscious of how bad the food is. Our food supply is so bad. And that's why everybody has cancers and all kinds of other things going on, health problems. It's because of our food supply. But look.
It's up. Okay, even if it is 1 piece out of 6, somebody's going to eat that. And I'm sure that everybody in this county buys this corn because it's most time there's not a lot. Look at that. What in the hell is going on, y'all? How would y'all feel about this? If y'all seen this, would y'all eat it? Y'all, that piece right there, I don't even, like I said, I don't know how I feel about this because, I mean, anybody can do a quick Google search and it says the only reason.
All right, that's enough. He goes on for another minute or two, but I don't know if that was a black light that he used or if that was just a regular light. It had to have been a black light, I would imagine. Jeez. All right, Steve Bannon has said that well-informed sources have told him that the U.S. will attack Iran in the near future. That was about, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours ago. So the near future is within the next few hours. And we told you guys that it was going to happen in the next few hours. I said within 12 to 24 hours for sure. It looked like that was what was fixing to happen. So it did happen exactly like we thought. And now we just wait for Iran's response. And I'm sure that Iran will respond. I'm sure they're going to respond. It says here, Iranian media says that no, this was just within the last hour. Actually, this was within the last few minutes. Let me make sure this is right here. Yeah, this was just a few minutes ago. They said this is coming from some Iranian sources, or at least some Islamic sources, I would say. Iranian media says that no explosion was heard in the area near the Fordo facility. Hold on. Let me read some of this. It says, okay, this is a chat. Okay, this is a chat room. I'm looking at some chat right now. That's interesting. So we're looking at chat rooms here. So people are saying that there were no explosions being heard in the Fordo area, but I don't know how that can be. It's interesting to see the chat rooms going like crazy in some of these Islamic channels and reading some of what they're saying. Wow. I can't even keep up with all the chats. I mean, they're just coming in like just so fast. World War III begins. Trump just bombed Iran. We've been at war for like 4 years now. Time for Iran to just parking lot Israel. Blah blah blah. Are they serious or what? Anyways, let's move on. What? Images are coming out of Fordo is gone. What? Look at this. Is that legit? I mean, is that really legit? I mean, you would think that there would be footage coming out right now, but that looks like a TV screen or some kind of that looks like a TV screen image. I don't even know if that's legit, is it? This is the deepest and most important Iranian nuclear site. We did it. What? Dear USA and Israel, don't get too big for your britches. This is going to get much, much worse. Somebody said this is this is from Bubba News. Bubba News, how's it going, Bubba? Bubba News hangs out here sometimes. Let me show you this other feed here. Bubba Gump News. This is Bubba Gump News. Jenny. We're like peas and carrots, Jenny. Me, Israel and USA are like peas and carrots. We always do everything together. Do you think we dropped a nuke or what? Let's see what this is. Ooh, this is video footage. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. Look at this footage, guys. Look at this footage. Okay, so this is the footage. What? My gosh. Did you see the impact? Holy cow. And that dude was far away. That looks like a nuke. That looks like a nuke. Was that a nuke? Did we just nuke it? Did we just nuke it? Holy cow. Tell me, does that look like a nuke to you guys or what? All right, so I'm going to look at your guys' chat here. Tell me, guys, what do you think? Let's just leave that visual on the screen there for a minute. Does that look like a nuke? Anybody in the chat? What do you guys think? 6 on the Richter scale. It was a tactical nuke. Was that a nuke? There are no real Iranian cams out that are filming this stuff. I'm telling you, the Iranians don't have these cams all over for some reason. Robert K says bunker buster, but that's pretty crazy. That could be a nuke, but the Moab also does that. Is it real? I don't think the Moab is that big, though, is it? Is the Moab that big? They are saying the mission's over on the news. I know they listen to everything we say. Hello, everybody. They know exactly what I'm saying. I already know that. It says nuclear if it's 6.1, I'd say. So if there was let's just see if there was an earthquake in Iran. Let's see what it just says. if there was an earthquake here on the 21st. Is there an earthquake? What's Iran's latest earthquake? It doesn't say yet that there was an earthquake yet. Earthquake in Iran. I'm looking at right now earthquakes in the last hour in Iran, and I don't see anything. From yesterday there was, but not today. Live. It says U.S. bombs 3 nuclear sites. So there were 3 different bombs that went off. For you guys that didn't see this yet or just getting here, let's look at that one more time. This is just now coming out. You see the impact as that percussion gets closer to the person filming. That's a long ways away, and that impact hit him to the point where he had to it literally shook him. Look. And you can hear it affecting the air and probably anything like the trees and everything. You can hear it it's like a wind. It was like a wind. Listen to it again. Look at how far they are away. That is a long ways away. That is a very long ways away, but they still felt the impact. And I have a feeling that could be a nuke. Wow. Wow. I wonder if that was a nuke. Well, I guess we're going to find out. We're keeping up on the feeds here. Let's see what feeds we got going on here and what they are here. Let me see if we've got an Iran feed. We got a Tel Aviv feed. We've got a Haifa feed. And let's just see if there is any feeds from I'm gonna check a few other feeds here really quick. See if we got any Iran feeds here. This is crazy. All right, it's almost 6 p.m. We need to do a major breaking news update. Post it on Telegram everywhere you can. Everybody needs to share this. We're going to be listening to the president speak here in just a little bit here. Get the message out everywhere you can. And we're going to be covering this in real time here, guys. Something bigger is going to come down here the pike here. So we're going to be live here for a little bit. Dang it, I've got to meet somebody in a few minutes. Shoot. I've got to meet somebody in like... I got to meet somebody in like half an hour. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have this going while this happens, and I'll try to do it really quick because I've got, and I'll just keep it going, and I'll probably be done in like 15 minutes. So I got about a 15-minute meeting to have it happen. All right, but that'll be here in about 10 minutes, about half an hour. Okay, so let's just go over some more news here. Let's see. AFP News reporter. Let me turn this down here. AFP News Agency reporter cites reports in Iran that residents of the city of Ulm, near the Fordo facility, are evacuating their homes. Okay, so there's evacuations happening right now. Widespread, unprecedented airstrikes are being reported by locals across Iran. All across Iran. The IRGC says the war has begun. What? The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps says the war has begun. You guys know what that means, right? Something's going to happen in America. Something's going to happen here in the United States. The Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is currently holding a limited emergency cabinet meeting. New York Times update: the United States has entered Israel's war against Iran. The U.S. State Department requests all U.S. passport holders to leave Iran by land. By land. This one says, New York City mayor announces increased police presence at city's religious, cultural, and diplomatic sites following U.S. strikes on Iran. Well, that's going to be all over the whole country because they're going to just pick soft targets, is what they're going to do. I just think they're going to attack us in any way, anything that's symbolic. They're going to go after to try to make their points and put fear in everybody. They're going to do something crazy, guys. I'm just telling you, this is just the beginning. 3 nuclear sites, including Fordo, have been evacuated some time ago, and this is coming from the IRIB. 3 nuclear sites, including Fordo, had been evacuated some time ago, and our enriched uranium stockpile was moved away from these locations. There is no risk of radiation leakage. What? Oh, no. You got to be kidding me. If this is true and they foresaw this, like I said, the Iranians are not stupid. They knew this was coming a long time ago. If this is true and they did a jujitsu fake out on us, we just basically opened the door for their attacks, along with the possible fact that they may have the ability to have a nuclear bomb and to deliver it. Because those missile cities, there are literally missile cities that haven't been touched, that are still very active, that this did not stop. People think, oh yeah, Americans just stopped, they just destroyed Iran. No, we didn't. All we did is we gave them a flesh wound. It's just a flesh wound. It is a wound. I'm sure it set back some things that they were doing, but I am sure that they still have the ability to retaliate. My goodness. Let's see. Today, 4 U.S. Air Force B-2 bombers were deployed to Guam. Okay, we got that. What is this? War monitors. The U.S. enters war with Iran. The front page of the New York Times. Look at that. Very bad. Very, very bad. Bad news. Very bad news. All right, you guys share our Telegram page with your family and friends. If you are a member or a watcher or someone that benefits from what we share, all of the work that we do here, please take the time to share. Thumbs up the video. Donate if you can. Help the cause here. Help us get this message out. I've got a lot of things that I'm doing right now because I'm having to make ends meet, and this is why I have to leave right now. I have to go supply some things when I should be probably focusing completely on this, but let's try to get our attention completely centered on this channel by becoming a member. If you're a person here that likes what we're doing, you appreciate our updates, and you think that this is cutting edge, then become a member. Use the super chats. Do something here. Come on, guys. This is the last moment of the last days, and people need to hear what's going on. I interviewed Russ Dizdar probably 10 years ago. Some of you guys might remember that. And he talked about the Black Awakening. The Black Awakening was this, that he believed that it was going to unleash super soldiers that were going to be energized and charged with demonic powers, that this is just like what the I Pet Goat movie showed when they bombed the mosque and all those demonic powers were released on the world. This was going to be the beginning of those wars. They say Fordo is gone. End Time Headlines is now saying Fordo is gone. And if you don't know who End Time Headlines is, go check him out. He's also one of our comrades in arms here that are believer channel here on Telegram. End Time Headlines. Go find them on Telegram. Make sure you subscribe to our channels on Telegram if you're not there. This is where you'll get your updates. Where am I at here? All right, some more updates here. Coming in fast and furious. Monica, thank you very much. She says, thank you, Blaze. Our family enjoys listening to you. Thank you, Monica, very much. Very much appreciated. Love. Back to you. Love. Let's see what else we got here. We've got some Islamic music in the background we can listen to. Can you guys hear that? It kind of gives the mood. It's always kind of creepy sounding too, like it kind of, I don't know if they do that on purpose. They just want to creep, it's like, it feels, it's just cultural, I'm sure, but it has a creepy feel to it, especially during like wartime. Tribal. Yeah, that's the word, tribal. It has a tribal feel to it. Somebody just named in the chat the Turtle Tribal Nation. That's why I thought that's a good way to explain it. It feels tribal. This is the no, I'm going to get a message from them. Hold on. Let me call them really quick, and I'll be right back. Okay, guys? Hold tight, because I'm supposed to be meeting somebody here in a minute. And I will be right back, okay? Just stay tuned. Just stay tuned really quickly. Let me just find out the time frame if I'm missing the time frame. They did say 6:30. Hold on. All right. So I got about a half an hour. I just found out the time frame there. I got a half an hour, so I'm still here for about a half hour, and then I'll be gone for like maybe 10 minutes after that. When I leave the cam here at 6:30, I'll be back within 10 minutes. But we're going to find out. I think they're going to be doing this. Well, let me turn this down. Sorry. We're going to find out when the news conference is going to be happening with Trump. That should be happening anytime, and we'll be streaming that as well. So let's see if I can find that Trump news conference. Let's see what. Okay, Trump is he speaking right now? Let's see. 10 p.m. Eastern time. What time is it now? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so he's supposed to be speaking in an hour. So within an hour, he should be speaking. Let's listen in and see what they're saying here on the Fox channel here.
Have been fired from Iran into Israel since the start of this thing. That has dramatically tapered off as well. Whereas they do get hit with missiles, the sheer volume of those missiles has dramatically tapered off. Now, whether that would suddenly surge and increase, that's something that everybody's going to be watching and wondering.
So, if regime change is what Israel wants in Iran, if the nuclear program is gone, if there is no more nuclear program, how much leverage does Iran have anymore in this fight?
Well, I would say if the regime's gone, they don't have any leverage.
If the nuclear program is gone.
If the nuclear program's gone, then they have a lot less to discuss. I mean, they have a certain amount of leverage. Just say this much.
All right, listen up here. Listen to what Iran is saying right now. Okay, so here are some pictures and some video of what the Iranians are saying. Now, you can say, well, they're just saying this because they're pissed off and they're going to say whatever they're going to say, even though we've decapitated them. This is coming from Iranian TV, and this is a presentator. Obviously, it's an extension of government messaging as well, I'm sure. But he says he presents a map of U.S. bases in the region and then says, quote, Mr. President, you started it. We will finish it. He's talking to Trump. So he's going to be saying this is a targeting of bases, right? So let's take a look and see if this is all stated in.
من هدف مشروع ایران هستند. آمریکا با این اقدامی که انجام داد علیه ایران و حریم هوایی ایران را شکست.
Okay, so there's no captions or anything, so we can't really actually see what he's saying. But he basically said that that you started it, we are going to finish it. That's what the Iranians are now saying. We got the front page right there that says U.S. is now at war with Iran, or enters the war. This is like the Pearl Harbor moment. You know, we're entering in. Now, this is the beginning, I think, of World War III. But it goes on to say, if you live in the United States, I would expect sleeper cell attacks very soon, as well as Iranian retaliation against U.S. troops, ships, planes, and bases in the Middle East. Anyone stationed in the Middle East is now a target. Now, Trump said that Israel is now much safer, but what he did was he effectively just put ourselves in the front of Israel. And Israel controlled and contrived, and I believe manipulated the United States into this position so that we would take the brunt of all that was focused on Israel. Now it's going to come this way. Okay, so Trump effectively has put our country at big risk. Many have predicted that this would be the end of his presidency as a result of what's going to come of this, including Tucker Carlson, who was a very, very vocal and very connected person to be saying something like that it would be the end of the American empire. Not just the end of Trump's presidency, but the end of the American empire is what he said. So this is coming from conservative people that voted for Trump, okay? You know, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Alex Jones, people that are calling him out, people like Steve Bannon. I mean, this is the majority of Trump's base. So if you're still on board with Trump and you're a MAGA supporter, I don't know how you could not listen to those voices. Those are your voices. Those are the people that you hang out with that support Trump. And yet Trump is being a Zionist, they call him, Zionist Don, to promote this cause at the expense of the American well-being, America's well-being. We are literally putting ourselves in harm's way for Israel. Really? Should we really be doing that? We are literally endorsing everything that has happened inside of Gaza. Hello? The whole Muslim world is going to turn their ire against the U.S. Do you get it? Trump just lit a fuse in America to blow us up. I hope you guys all understand what just happened. From now on, every American citizen and expert in the region will be a legitimate target. This is coming from Iranian media, More News. Every American. Do you understand what this means? That means if you have Islamic people in your city and they're going to look at you as a target. Okay, especially if they're radicalized, especially if they've been energized by what they just saw happen, especially if they become inflamed. Oh my God, people have no clue what's about to happen. And you can thank Trump for doing that, okay? All of you people out there, when all the chaos rules and reigns in America, you're not even going to have time to even think. Israel is much safer now. Israel is much safer now. Oh my gosh. Never in a million years would I, and this is a big supporter, this was probably somebody that actually voted for Trump. He's a Patriot Voice, TPV John. Never in a million years did I ever think MAGA would ever be cheering on an eventual regime change war in Iran, especially given what we went through with Afghanistan and Iraq and Syria, and that is exactly where this kind of action leads. All American bases in every country will be burned. This is coming from Iran. I'm going to tell you what. This is why, and I already saw this coming, guys. This is only confirming everything that I already knew. Intuitively, that was coming. And I told you guys, get out of the cities. If you're in a city with a large Islamic population, you're in danger. Okay? You're in danger of critical infrastructure going down as well. You're in danger of sabotage attacks on a lot of different things that are happening right now. Okay? This is not going to just happen and stay contained to things that are going on in the Middle East. This is going to affect us here at home. I'm just going through that same scenario in the movie. Did you ever see that movie, The Patriot? Remember when what's his name? The guy who played the head guy. What's his name? He made The Passion. What's his name? The movie star. What's his name? Shoot, I can't remember his name. Anyways, you remember when he said, you know what I'm talking about? Do you remember when... Tell me his name. Somebody, please. Quickly. The guy who played the movie Patriot, the good Travis. You have a good day, okay? You have a good day, Travis. And your idea of what the chosen people are is wrong, biblically speaking. You are out of God's order, and God is going to deal with you in these moments, in these times, and you'll see exactly what I'm saying is true. Okay? So you go ahead and have your nice day. Mel Gibson, yeah, Mel Gibson. Okay, so remember what Mel Gibson said when he said in that movie, The Patriot, I don't want to go to war. I've got kids. I've got a family to think about. I'm their only parent. I understand what's going to happen. He understood that the fighting was going to be in their towns, in their homes, all around. This was not going to be just something that was going to happen on a battlefield. The battlefield was going to be right in their midst. So you're going to be thinking a lot differently now when all this starts beginning to happen here. Is this literally an actual visual? U.S. drops bombs on Iran. Let me just see if that's an actual visual. If that's an actual picture, that can't be. That's got to be an AI picture. Legitimate question. If Russia dropped bombs on America, would it be a declaration of war? Yes or no? What happens if Russia dropped a bomb on us? What would we do? Hello? Seriously, that's a good question. Senior Houthi official. Washington must bear the consequence of this attack. So you're going to have the Strait of Hormuz shut down. All shipping is going to be attacked. Strait of Hormuz, the Gulf of Oman, Red Sea. Nothing's going through there that's American or Israeli or anything, probably, for that matter. You can expect supply chain cutoff. You can expect huge increases in prices on gas. I wouldn't doubt that gas prices are going to go up to $10 a gallon. New York City mayor announces increased police presence at city religious, cultural. Okay, we told you that. Iranian media. Okay, we told you that. If you live in the United States, you better stay wide awake and have your head on a swivel. We must now prepare for sleeper cell attacks inside the U.S. as well as Iranian retaliation against U.S. troops, ships. Okay, exactly. That is exactly what we just said. I'm looking at a report here that I think we are the ones that said that, right? Didn't we just say that, honey? Somebody's watching our channel. Oh, no, that was Don't Speak News said that. Okay, we're just reposting Don't Speak News. Okay, let's see. U.S. troops in the Middle East are briefed that strike on Iran likely to result in counterattacks on U.S. regional bases and may activate terror sleeper cells within the United States and abroad. Duh. Not like we didn't see that coming. We've been warning about that for weeks, months, years. I've been talking about this for years. I've been talking about this moment for like 10 years that this eventual event would happen that is happening right now. We used to play that bomb song, that meme kind of song that some Israelis made that had to do with Iran getting the bomb. And then what would happen? So, yeah, bad news. Bad news. So sad to have to be looking at this happening right now. Let's see what we got here. OSINT Defender says Fox News reports that both the Isfahan and Natanz nuclear facilities in central Iran were targeted with BGM-109 Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles, TLAMs, launched from U.S. Navy submarines in the Middle East. So Navy submarines launched these things. These are BGM-109s. What is that? Let's see what that is. It's a subsonic cruise missile. It's a versatile weapon. It can be used for strikes against ground targets capable of being launched from ships and submarines. The Tomahawk has seen extensive combat use and has been continuously updated to remain relevant. It's jet-powered subsonic. All right. Let me make sure these people aren't here yet. Trump has spoken with Netanyahu after the attacks. There's a picture of George W. Trump. We thought there were weapons of mass destruction. We made a mistake. George W. Trump. U.S. officials are denying that the U.S. is going to join the war against Iran. Well, duh. Don't you think that you just joined the war by bombing a sovereign nation, Trump? No, we didn't join the war. This was just us. This is a little help for our friends. This was just a little help for our friends. We're not really joining the war here. Oh, really? No, this was earlier. Okay, this was before the actual attacks here. U.S. bombs 3 nuclear sites in Iran. Okay, we got that. We got that. Here's an President Trump warns Iran they will be struck again if they do not stop. Oh my God. You really think they're going to stop? You really think that Iran is going to stop? They're going to stop Iran? They're going to just keep bombing them until they stop? Is that what's going to happen? Or are we going to do what they did to stop the Japanese? Dropping nuclear weapons on their civilian populations? Is that what's going to stop it? Is that what's going to stop it? Because that's where it's going. Trump is going to drop a nuclear bomb if this keeps going on. This is the mindset of Trump. But he's making these decisions that are leading us in that direction to a nuclear conflict. Hannity just spoke. Let's see. United States just completely obliterated Iran's top secret nuclear facility with 6 huge bunker buster bombs. 2 other nuclear sites were wiped out with 30 Tomahawk missiles launched by submarines 400 miles away. Well, let's see how quickly Iran responds. How quickly do you think Iran is going to respond? This should also indicate, what this actually accomplished on their response time, or their retaliation, I should say. U.S. troops have been briefed in the Middle East. Wow. Oh, man, this is absolutely crazy. Let's see what we got here. Okay. This video is also, stop posting it. Okay, so people are saying this is an old video. Oh, come on. Is it really old? I've never seen that before. How could they say that that is an old video? So the video that we showed of that explosion, they said, is old. Is that true? Have you ever seen that video before? They said it was from 2024, 12/17/2024. Let's see. Let me see if that's true. Because if it is, there's a lot of fake, a lot of people are posting this as legit. 12/17/24. Let's see if this is legit here. I don't see anything of the sort of it being on that date. I've never seen that video before. But then again, I don't see everything, so. Anyways. Let's see what the commentary is saying here on Fox here.
Had a conversation with President Trump shortly after 9 p.m. Eastern time. Trump apparently told Hannity that 6 bunker buster bombs were used on the Fordo facility. 6 bunker busters. Hannity said that 30 Tomahawk missiles fired by U.S. submarines 400 miles away struck the Iranian nuclear sites of Natanz and Festivus. Your reaction to... Okay, did he just say Festivus? Festivus for the rest of us? Okay, we have an alert. Here's an alert here. Israel is on high alert. Alert level has been raised to the highest level ever per Israeli Telegram channel. This is a news Israel 202. They're getting this information from Israel directly. So Israel on the highest alert level ever. And we're watching right now an Israeli, we're watching the Tel Aviv and Haifa feed. Hold on one second here. We got some other info here. All right, hold on.
Okay, so we have some video here of the former Fordo nuclear facility, but I don't know though, because the nuclear facility at Fordo is underground in a mountain. This doesn't look like a mountain, so I'm not sure if this is legit here. Okay, hold on. Here, we're going to show you some footage here. So they're saying this is Fordo, but I'm not sure because I thought Fordo was in a mountain. But here we go.
شهرانو زدم اینطوری دارن میزنن ما چه گناهی کردیم تن بدنمون باید بلرزه
See, now this is the one that people are saying is an old video. Have you ever seen that video before anywhere else? Because, I mean, I've seen big explosions like that in the past that people thought were, you know, they were tactical nukes, but I'm not sure if that's Fordo. Now people are saying, see, somebody said this is Syria, so that was actually supposedly Syria. Syria of December of 2024. Okay, so Syria in 2024 is what that was. See, that's what people are saying. Okay, so another footage claiming to be from Fordo is actually IDF strikes in Syria on December or in December. So that footage is not what just happened. That was from Syria in 2024. That's what I saw was there. Syria 2024. Let's just look that Syria up. Syria bomb Israel 2024. Let's look and see if we can find that. It was December, they said. Yeah, see, here it is. Here it is right here. So, see the date? December of 2024. So this was not Fordo. So we're getting bad information. People are passing on bad info. This is coming from Syrian girl. See, look.
Dash Babik! الله يلعنك يا إسرائيل لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله.
Okay, so that's exactly what we just saw in that other footage, and this was posted, look at the date, December 2024. So everybody that's posting this other video is posting fake news. They're posting things that are not true. So this did not happen. This video did not happen at Fordo. This is not Fordo. This is something completely. This was the Israelis' attack. So just so you know, this here is probably the real footage here. These are probably real footage here, right here. Oh no, this is 2024 too. Okay, that's 2024. Okay, so basically, we're getting crossover footage here. Like I said, this is fake. This is not from And Israeli channels are posting this. Everybody's posting this as legit. It's not legit. This is not the real thing. Okay? Just so everybody knows. This is from 2024. Now, this might be legit here. I think this is legit footage right here. But I don't know if that's Fordo. That could be one of the other nuclear facilities, because the Fordo nuclear facility is in a mountain. It's inside of a mountain, and I don't think there are homes all around it or buildings that are civilian. All right, we also have information now coming out about oil tankers that are scrambling to get out of the Strait of Hormuz right now, because the oil industry is expecting the strait to be blockaded in the coming days. So this is what's coming down right now. Hold on one second here. Per Israel channels, the skies of Israel are loud right now. Half of the Israeli Air Force is in the air right now. Israel is bracing for a retaliatory attack. The Israeli army announced that it would tighten restrictions on the population following the U.S. strikes on Iran. Education, meetings, and work in most industries are prohibited. Okay, so we're going to just focus all our feed right now on Israel's skyline, because this ought to be an interesting moment here to see what the Iranians do. They're saying that they're preparing right now for attacks from Israel. I mean, from Iran. And I'm supposed to be meeting somebody here in just a moment here. So I will have to bominos for just a few minutes. Let me just catch back up with you guys here in about 5-10 minutes. I'm guessing 10 minutes here. Hopefully it's not going to be any longer than 10 minutes. And I'll be right back with you guys. I'm just going to leave this feed because they're saying that Israel is on highest alert right now, and they're expecting incoming missiles any moment. Half of the Israeli Air Force is in the air right now, and you should be able to hear stuff right now. So I'm going to turn it up. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm sorry. It took me a little bit here. All right, so I guess we missed the president's speech, so we can replay that here in just a second here. Let's go ahead and see if we can find that really quick. Yeah, I heard it was very short. Very short. And let's see. Okay, so let me give you guys some updates here. There is more updates here. My goodness. Okay, hold on. The precedent has been set. Will Putin use it now in Ukraine? Will he do the same? If peace doesn't come quickly, we will pursue the other targets and destroy them within minutes, is what Trump said. Pictures released from the Situation Room as Trump watched U.S. strikes against Iranian nuclear facilities. Iran's state-run Noor news agency has released a picture of U.S. bases in the Middle East that are within range of Iranian ballistic missiles. Oh, great. So that's not good. Here is the president's speech here really quickly. Let's go ahead and just rewind it really quick. I just must have just missed it. Let's go ahead and listen to that very quickly. All right, you guys ready? Let's just listen to see what they had to say here.
They've always pointed at it, it's like, we might be able to develop a nuclear weapon. We might be a member of the nuclear club. We might be,
all right,
quote,
it's going to be here any
invincible
second
because
here.
we
Just
have
let me...
nuclear capability. That's what they've kind of held out for a very long period of time. Well, in one fell swoop, we went in there and eliminated their capability to do that, as near as we can tell right now.
All right, it'll be here in just a second. They're about to play it right now. So we just rewound. This was only about 15 minutes, 20 minutes ago. Okay, this should be it right here. $20 minutes ago. Here we go.
We don't know if he's going to come out any second now, any minute now, but I'm going to keep you on the line here, Hal, until we see President Trump walk out. Let's ask one more time, what exactly are you going to be looking to hear from the president? This is going to be the first time we've heard him on camera.
We have just had a major attack. It was a big, beautiful strike. Here we go. He should be here any second. Just hold tight. Oh, here he comes. Let me get out of the way.
Vice President Vance and others. It looks like Secretary Hegseth and Secretary of State Marco Rubio here. Let's listen to the president after the strikes on Iran.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States.
All right, just a little update. I'm sorry to have to break in here, but the media, Iranian media, is now revealing, and I think they did this on purpose so that when this moment came, they could reveal that all the contents of the facility actually were evacuated months ago, that they were anticipating this actual event. And so they scurried them out, and they've got footage, I guess, of all that happening. And so they wanted to shame. And now there was no real strategic reasons for why we did this. It only just pulled us into a war without really actually accomplishing anything for that purpose, or for that reason of why we did it. Now, it may have just opened the door for us to get into a hot war, and that's probably where we're at now. And it is where we're at now. We're in a hot war with Iran, and it's not good. So this wasn't that long, so let's go ahead and just finish up what he said here.
Has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed.
Okay, now it's reported now that missile launchers are in movement, unprecedented movement right now. The monitoring stations that are reporting this are now telling us that a large retaliation by Iran is imminent. There is an imminent attack in the works, and these missiles will be flying who knows where. Maybe not at Israel anymore. Now they're going to be flying at U.S. military installations and wherever else. Pandora's box has been opened. Pandora's box has now been opened. We're about to see what actually just happened. They're showing a lot of old footage of things that Iran, that are saying were the Americans bombing Iran, but it's actually footage from bombs that were dropped by Russia and bombs that were dropped by Israel on targets inside of Syria. And these were very large munitions that are now being attributed to the attack on Fordo, but are not. So there's a lot of old footage going out there that is not footage from what just happened. The U.S. is evacuating diplomats from the consulate inside of Iraq right now. You can see helicopters flying in and out. Another update, Atomic Energy Organization of Iran has announced that the attack on the nuclear sites constitutes a violation of international law, and made it clear that, quote, we will not allow the development of this national industry to be stopped. This is the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran. And they said, we will not allow the development of this national industry to be stopped. So that's basically saying we're going to war and we're going to fight to the very last drop of blood here. Donald Trump has stated, and Thomas Massey, this is a Republican, Thomas Massey, has stated that what Donald Trump just did was not constitutional. We have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordo. He basically reposted what Trump did. And a lot of MAGA people are not happy right now with what Trump just did. And they're saying that it is highly illegal, according to the Constitution. Some people are saying, well, it doesn't matter. They needed to be taken out. Same thing with what happened in Iraq. It doesn't matter that 1 million plus innocent civilians died as a result of a mistake, that there were no weapons of mass destruction there. It doesn't matter. We took out Saddam anyway. We needed to take him out. but destabilize the whole of the Middle East. And now Iraq is now taken over by Iran because there was no stabilizing, balancing ecosystem any longer. So we basically threw the Middle East into chaos whoops, we did a little mistake. Sorry, we're just killed a bunch of people and a lot of birth defects as well, because depleted uranium is now everywhere in the soil of Iraq, where they're even telling women that they shouldn't have children anymore because they're going to have deformed children. And I've seen the pictures. It's terrible. The deformed children of what has taken place because of depleted uranium bombs in Iraq. And now we're doing the same thing again with Iran. Where does this stop? Well, this was part of the plan. Remember, General Wesley Clark's conversation with NPR about how they had 7 countries right after 9/11. Within a week, they already knew they were going to bomb Iraq and Iran and Libya and Afghanistan and Syria. They were all planning this way back. These were all the countries they were going to hit. And this came from top brass inside of the Pentagon, right out of his own lips. And this is exactly what we're doing. This is all planned with what Trump is doing is just following the plan. And it's not his plan. This is a plan of the movers and shakers behind the scenes that are actually maneuvering the world into a economic reset and a global reset for that matter. And this is not in America's best interest. This is a part of the destruction and the breaking down of that old order. And Trump is a part of that. He's rolling out this breakdown of America's sovereignty. And it's ushering in a global governance, that this is a part of that. The whole destabilizing of the Middle East, the whole collapse of America's dollar. And they're trying to sell it to the American people as long as it's kind of like keeping the kettle. Don't turn up the heat too fast. Let's just turn it up slowly. Let's get everybody incrementally acclimated to the heat that's rising, and all the while to keep everybody from going crazy. Because if everything just changed on a dime, everybody would rise up. Well, people are starting to figure it out now. Even on the right, they're waking up to what's happening, and everything is changing. And this is a very big moment of change right here, because now this is going to affect our world in every way in terms of having to worry about terrorism, because they're going to be guerrilla warfare. This is how they're going to fight the U.S. They're going to be guerrillas. When I say guerrilla warfare, that's what happens when a smaller nation attacks a bigger nation. In a war of attrition, it's a war that's going to ultimately wear us down, death by 1,000 cuts. That's how you take a giant down, right? And there's going to be lots of Muslims in many different countries that are going to join in against America on every front, on every street corner. It's going to be, and I just say that metaphorically, every street corner. It's going to be all over wherever they see Americans. They already said wherever you see an American, they're open. They're targets now, whatever. And just an American civilian is now going to be a target around the world. You don't think that that's not going to be something that's going to cause chaos to even break out even further? Trump says, if peace does not come quickly, we will go after other targets in Iran. Well, great. Let's just make it even worse. I mean, there's nothing you can do now. What we effectively just did was we cracked open and just threw the top off of Pandora's box. That's exactly what we just did. We threw the top off of Pandora's box, and there's nothing you can do to put it back. The genie's out. The genie is out. It's over. So General McGregor is now saying as well that this is confirmed that all of these nuclear supposed sites that we were going to bomb into oblivion were already emptied out of all the contents that were necessary for them to continue their program, and they were moved to another site. The site has been evacuated a long time ago, senior advisor to Iran's parliament speaker. Mahdi, and this is why they're not worried. This is why they're continuing to say we're going to go after everything that has to do with America and their interests. And this is not going to deter what we're doing. This is why they seem cool as cucumbers, even under the fact that we're dropping bombs on them like this. They revealed on social media that Iran had expected strikes on Fordow for several nights. And I'm sure it's not been several nights. The site had been evacuated a long time ago, and the damages are not irreversible, he wrote, stressing Iran's confidence in the face of attacks. You cannot bomb knowledge. You cannot bomb knowledge. That's true. This is someone that everybody should know, Douglas McGregor. I believe he was a general, right? Iran's media network reveals that Fordow nuclear site was emptied and evacuated months ago. Or he's a colonel. He was a colonel. It says here that his Iranian media network is okay. So that's basically is now going around, making rounds now, this information here. America should expect to suffer greater damage and blows than ever before, says the Ayatollah, Iran's supreme leader. And not sure what that means, but what he means by that. But obviously, they look at it as war. They look at us. What we've done now is just opened up our war front with them. All right. So I did accomplish what I needed to accomplish here while I was gone. But there is one more thing I'm literally, this is coming at a time when I had to do other things. I had a list of things I had to get done, and there's one more thing I got to do. So this might take just a few more minutes. Let me find out what's going to happen here, and I'll be right back, okay? You guys just stay tuned right now, and I should be only about 5 minutes to figure out what I got to do tonight, okay? And we're going to get into more of the news here in just a little bit. quickly. Just wanted to update you on some more things here. Let me see what's going on with the chat here. All right. Release the video of the bombing. Really, there's nobody that has the video yet of the actual bombing yet. Let me just see if there's actually... I don't think that there's an actual video yet. Trump on Twitter posted a picture of an American flag. This is what Trump just posted on Twitter. Or is that True Social? It's probably Twitter. Okay, let's see what else we got here. So Trump calls Iran the bully of the Middle East, and it must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. Ah. Wow. Tulsi Gabbard was not present in the Situation Room, which they say is telling. Nor did she appear in any of the photos shared from the White House. That's not good. Yeah, she's probably not going to be there too much longer. How much you want to bet they get rid of her? Netanyahu and his statement to the Israelis, he spoke in Hebrew, and this is the interpretation of what he said just not too long ago, just moments ago. Dear citizens of Israel, my brothers and sisters, in Operation Am Kalavi, which means Rising Lion, we achieved unprecedented achievements together in the history of Israel. You remember that from the beginning of the operation, I promised you that Iran's nuclear facilities would be destroyed one way or another. This promise was kept a short time ago in full coordination between me and the president and President Trump, and in full operational coordination between the IDF and the United States military. The United States attacked Iran's 3 nuclear facilities, Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. And in so doing, the United States continued with greater intensity and with great force the attacks of the IDF. Let's say, in doing so, the United States continued with greater intensity and with great force the attacks of the IDF and the Mossad on Iran's nuclear program. This program threatened our very existence and also endangered the peace of the entire world. Immediately after the operation was completed, President Trump called me. We had a very warm, very moving conversation. He congratulated me, he congratulated our army, and he congratulated our people. And I congratulated him, the United States pilots, and the American people. President Trump is leading the free world with strength. He is a great friend of Israel, a friend like no other. In my name, and on behalf of all the citizens of Israel, on behalf of the entire Jewish people, I thank him from the bottom of my heart. And I know, citizens of Israel, that I speak from the bottom of the heart of each and every one of you. We stand together, we fight together, and with God's help, we will win together. As the saying goes in this week's Torah portion, I guess he's talking about, Let us go up at once and take possession, for we are well able to overcome it. Wow. Let me see what that is. Yeah. The spies that sent out to take possession of Canaan. And Caleb was the one that said that. We are well able to take it. We're spying out the land. Trump just posted, let's see. He just posted that any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. And he had it all in capital letters. You know he's yelling there. That means he's yelling. That was posted, let's see, Truth Social. Let me see when that was posted here. So is Truth Social working now? Okay, so Truth Social is working now. I can actually log in. Yeah, he posted that 12 minutes ago. 12 minutes ago, Trump said, any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. Thank you. He posted that in capital letters 13 minutes ago. So why is he posting that right now? Because I think he realizes now the backlash of what is coming to American citizens and American interests around the world. It's not just going to be a conflict of armies. It's going to be a guerrilla warfare upon America to cause ultimate chaos. That's what they're going to do. Scott Ritter said, Iran should not escalate this. If they attack U.S. troops, I will stand with our soldiers and Marines. Okay, so this is what Scott Ritter said. Ayatollah's comments circulating are from his latest speech, not from today. Okay. So some of the things that are being said that Ayatollah said were not from today. First checks have been done at the nuclear facilities and no radiation has been detected. This is Iranian MP and Quam representative. I like this guy he's an Islamic channel here. He says, I like the American people, but your soldiers are going to die. You brought this upon yourself. Sad and unfortunate. That's what this Islamic channel said on Telegram. That has a very large following. A very large following. And I say 300,000 plus. There was no detection of radiation because they emptied it. Hello? There's nothing there. So we're celebrating. Why? Why are we celebrating? Because we're now engaged in a hot war with Iran. That's why we're celebrating. Not that we accomplished anything. We did not stop their nuclear program. It was all symbolic. The U.S. continues to monitor movement in Iran, indicating an imminent strike. So right now, there is something about to happen imminently. All right, guys, thumbs up the video, share it everywhere you can. Social media it out. Let me see if I'm missing anybody. Monica, thank you. Okay, I did say thank you to Monica. Jose F., thank you so much, Jose F., for the contribution there. Appreciate you. Thumbs up that Jose F. And we did have that new Eternal Blazing member of the channel, Andy T. And also Monica says, thank you, Blaze. Our family enjoys listening to you. And we appreciate you watching. Dan says Iran isn't going to do anything except launch whatever missiles they have left. So you don't think that they have missile cities underneath their that we haven't actually gotten to yet? They do have. I can probably assure you that Iran has a lot of resources still left. They've been preparing for this for a long, long, long time. This isn't something that they just decided, at the last minute they're going to move everything. No. I'm sure that they've been hit in a lot of areas that that harmed their program, but I don't think that they're knocked out. I would never underestimate what Iran is capable of doing right now. Anybody that underestimates what could potentially come of this is probably one of those party line kind of people that only say what they are told to say, like the good leader. Smile when he tells you to smile and cry when he tells you to cry, because you have to be one of the herd going along, or you're outside of the circle of trust. That circle of trust, you're outside of that circle of trust. You want to be in the circle of trust, so you got to do everything that you're told. Don't be a follower. Please use your brains. Be a thinker. Yeah, this is not Gaza. This is not Gaza. This is not a country that you can just bomb and they send out little bottle rockets to try to respond. That's why Israel sent us to go do the dirty work. Okay, that's why they sent us to go out and get out in the front so we could take the black eyes. They didn't want to take the black eye. They want you to take. They want all your sons and your daughters to take the black eye. They want you to be the one that's in the front lines getting hit, so that Israel doesn't get hit anymore. Now all the attacks are going to be on America, and Israel's going to be like, oh, thank you, America, thanks for getting the heat off us. We were getting pummeled here. Now, thank you for getting out there to take all the slings and the arrows. Isn't that nice of Trump to put all of American soldiers out there on the front lines to take the slings and the arrows down? Now our troops don't have to die. Now it's going to be America's sons and daughters dying. And who knows how far that's going to go. That's going to even go a lot farther than a lot of you probably expect. And you think that the war in well, any of these wars, but just like the Vietnam War, you didn't think we just didn't get sucked into something we didn't realize what we're getting? Afghanistan, did we not get sucked into something there we shouldn't have been in? Afghanistan, right? Look at that. Look at Vietnam. This is going to be similar, okay? But this is not just going to be limited to their country. This isn't just a war with Iran. This is a war against Islam. We've basically opened up Pandora's box for all of Islam or Islamic people that sympathize with Gaza, with what we just did to Iran. Even though they're not Shia Muslims, they probably still sympathize with Iran. And now they hate us even more. You basically just poked a whole bunch of people in the eye, slapped them in the face, kicked them, took your shoe off and slapped them. That's the worst thing you could do to an Islamic person. And we basically just did that. And you don't think that the whole Islamic world is not going to be stirred up and mobilized against the U.S.? Yeah, thank you, Israel. Thank you, Israel, for basically just putting us in the crosshairs. But this is what I told you was coming. I told you this was going to come. I told you the Israelis were going to position us where we now are the ones that are going to be taking all the slack. We're going to be the ones that are getting hit. We're going to be the ones that are now in the news. It's not going to be Israel anymore. Now it's going to be America. So you can thank Donald Trump for wanting to take all the slings and the arrows for Israel, because that's what we just did. We're now taking the slings and the arrows. Israel, and eventually when America is no longer there, according to prophecy, and you can even look at what Amir just said. Amir just said this. When America is no longer there, then prophecy will be fulfilled when Russia comes down to take a spoil and attack us, along with a coalition of nations. Yeah, America is not going to be here too much longer. Just so you know, we're not in prophecy. And we're not going to be standing by Israel for some reason. Something's going to happen that's going to take us out, according to biblical prophecy. So he's right. America's not going to be there too much longer to be supporting Israel, and that's when you know we're getting close to those end time wars culminating. It may not be that much longer. You know, the Deagle report did say that 300 million people are going to disappear out of the United States, or something like that. It was like probably 280 million by 2025. And a lot of other Western countries on top of that. Maybe they anticipated this. Now, 2025 is already halfway through. So you only got 6 months to see whether or not that Deagle report was accurate, and if they did not know this was all happening and this was going to take place. I'm not saying Israel, I'm not saying America has been killed off by Israel, but Israel has maneuvered us into a place where we are going to be taking the slings and the arrows maybe not from Israel, but hey, did Israel know about 9/11? The ones that did it obviously were Saudis, right? The Saudis were the ones that populated those planes. But did Israel know? Did they know? Did our own government know? I kind of wonder the way things went. If you look at the intelligence on the back end of that, that's true, Fig Beater. All of our men are filled with so much estrogen. That's why they act like women. It's sad. It's sad. There's no fighting men left in America. Are you kidding? You know, and what was crazy is when I was watching that military parade, I was thinking these guys look kind of old and out of shape. They're not even marching correctly, and they don't look like young men. They look like older men. I don't know. Maybe that was just a bunch of older man, it just didn't look right. The whole parade thing didn't set well with me. It really, if I was a military guy and I was looking for a show of strength, I definitely would not have wanted to show that military parade as a symbol of our strength. Just take a look at the way other countries like China and Russia and North Korea do it. At least model it after that. If you're going to want to put forth an image of strength, well then do something different there, because that didn't work. That looked really pathetic, if you ask me. They were reservists? Is that what that was? No wonder. Where's all our guys at? Shouldn't they be protecting the homeland now? Well, they're all scattered all over the world now. They're going to have to be brought back home to protect us here at home, I think, because it's going to get to that point where things are going to get kind of dicey here. Khomeini has stated that the U.S. entry into war will cause the U.S. irreversible damage. This is what Khomeini has said. The U.S.'s entry into the war will cause the U.S. irreversible damage. Now, even though you don't agree or in any way think that they're rational, you need to understand a little something about Iran itself, and just anyone that's an enemy. You never underestimate your enemies. You always try to understand their point of view and see the way they see things. And if their threats have any possibility of actually being anywhere close to what might be truer than what you think, truer than statements that are being made by your side, our side. I say our side because it's my side. This is where I live. You gotta take those threats serious. And you have to understand, are we really on the precipice of seeing economic collapse? Are we going to be spread too thin militarily all over the world at a certain point when things start happening here at home? I mean, many are saying America's in decline in many different ways, and Trump will say, well, that's Biden's fault, right? That's Biden's fault. But I'm bringing it back. So it gives hope. Everybody's hopeful. Well, hopefully he's right. But what happens if he's not right? What happens if he's dragging us into something far worse and much deeper and darker? Have you ever thought about that? Maybe this is kind of like an angel of light moment, like we're actually believing something that's not true, like we're being deceived into something much worse. Have you ever thought about that? I pray that's not the truth, but I just got this terrible gut feeling that this is not what people expect or are not expecting, and not what they're thinking is they're getting. They're getting something much worse than what they think. All right, so we got a breaking news story here from Bubba News. Bubba News is now saying that, and I don't know where this is coming from, but I'm trying to figure out where this is coming from. NASA fire system detects significant heat generating event near Fordo. That would mean that there would be something that is nuclear that is radiating after this attack. Fox News reports that the U.S. dropped 6 bunker-penetrating MOPs. But I'm not sure. Where is this coming from? Bubba News sometimes watches. Bubba News, I know you're out there. He's got a larger channel on Telegram. Where are you getting that from? Somebody can tell me? "50,000 U.S. troops are within the range of Iranian missiles," Iranian state media says. So this is what Iranian state media is now saying. Yeah. This is what Bubba News is also saying here. This is Dimona nuclear reactor complex here. He says, "I'm keeping an eye on whether Iran tries to hit this." Now, this could happen, guys. We're talking about within the next imminent hours that there's going to be a response, I'm sure, from Iran. This will show whether or not they were really wounded badly on the way on how they respond, or if it's just something that pisses them off. It's kind of like something that just pissed you off, makes you want to, I don't know if you've ever seen a fight where someone gets pissed off, where they get hit, and it makes them very angry, and it causes their adrenaline and their fight instinct. Maybe they've got training, and that training comes out, and they destroy their opponent. Have you ever seen that happen? Where a fight starts, somebody gets a good hit, but the other guy is trained, well-versed in pound and ground warfare, UFC style jiu-jitsu or something. And I'm not saying that Iran has better technology or weapons than the U.S., but they know how to fight. And they're going to fight their adversary on a level that's going to help them they're going to have leverage. That's what you call asymmetrical warfare. So you have to understand, and that's what you call guerrilla warfare. That's what they do. That's what guerrilla warfare is. It's how you handle a larger enemy that has greater power. But you get leverage, right? You gain leverage. All right, so let's pray. Jesus, we ask for your blessings on this great company of people here, that you would watch over everyone's interest in their environment would be protected by you. We pray for those who know you, that they would be great influences and messengers of truth and influences of peace and a true understanding of what it means to be comforted and guided by the presence of your Holy Spirit into all truth. May that truth reign supreme and set us free from lies and deception and any kind of error. I pray that you will prepare this nation in every way for a true revival of heart and soul through the things that we would suffer. As Scripture says, learned he obedience through the things that he suffered. And may this time of great suffering that is coming upon the whole world, these days of tribulation, begin to refine those who are your saints, those who are truly your own people, and at the same time bringing judgment on those who are opposed to your kingdom's reign and rule. And may you establish that reign and rule upon each and every one of those who are called by your name. Within their hearts, may it be seen that you reign supreme. You are the king of the universe. Above you, there is no other name under heaven whereby we must be truly saved. And seek and save all those who are lost, and secure every one of us under the shelter of the Most High during this time of great conflict. And we pray that you continue to keep us in that secret place of the Most High, in that shelter. As a high tower, you said, the righteous run to and are safe. So, Lord, may you bring protection, covering, and secure each one here in your mighty name, in Jesus' mighty name, the name above every name. At your name, every knee bows and every tongue confesses that you are Lord, to the glory of God the Father. Amen. All right, guys. Just keep your focus in the fog of war. Don't let your focus go astray, and don't try to secure and save yourself. Let the Lord do the saving. Amen. Thank you, Judy. God bless you. Scott, God bless. Never interrupt an enemy while they are in the process of destroying themselves. I always like that phrase. I don't know why. It's always interesting to see how the enemy is actually his own worst enemy, actually, really. People will end up messing themselves up if you just give them enough time and give them enough, pray for them. That's why it says to pray for your enemies, because ultimately, it undermines their what they find their security in, and you don't give them any fuel. You just kind of let them come to the end of themselves, and then they'll come in contact and confrontation with what's true, and that hopefully that wakes them up, right? The Saudi nuclear watchdog says no nuclear radiation, or does it say here, has been detected in the Gulf. The Saudi nuclear watchdog says no nuclear radiation has been detected in the Gulf. Why the Gulf? The Persian Gulf? Well, they were saying that Tulsi Gabbard wasn't present in the Situation Room, but it says here that she was, so I don't know if that's true or not.
Our president
Listen to this. This is Trump. This is Trump back during Obama's rule.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective.
Oh, well. Andy T, God bless you. Thank you, Andy T. Have a good one. I didn't see you say goodbye. Goodbye. Good night. Good night. Have a good sleep. I know it's late on the East Coast, but hey, we're going to stay up and just kind of watch things as they unfold here. If there is another attack, we'll be watching it here. Can you guys hold tight? I'm going to go get a little something to eat real quick. And then I'll be right back. Okay. You guys, God bless, and I'll be right back. A little bite to eat. This is the skyline of Tel Aviv and Haifa, and if there is an imminent attack, you'll definitely hear the alerts here, and we'll kind of watch what happens. right, guys. So we got more updates here. I'm just going to have a little meal here, but I'll update you here right now. The Iranian-backed Houthis are now saying that all American commercial vessels and warships are now legitimate targets. So there goes your oil prices skyrocketing in the next few days. You should be seeing gas at the pump going up like exponentially as this thing continues to devolve. We came from Cali to a place which is a lot more safe with our whole family. And I want you to listen to a little story about a man named Jed, a poor mountaineer, barely kept his family fed. Then one day he was shooting at some food, and up through the ground came a bubbling crude. Oil, that is. Black gold, Texas tea. Well, the first thing you know, old Jed's a billionaire. Kinfolk said, Jed, move away from there. Said California is the place you want to be. So, yep, then he moved to Idaho. Yes. And then it goes on to say, now it's time to say goodbye to Jed and all his kin. And they would like to thank you, folks, for kindly dropping in. You're all invited back next week to this locality to have a heaping helping of our hospitality. All right, now, Iran is now claiming they're going to build a nuclear bomb. It's choking on my food here. I'm choking on my food as I hear about this nuclear bomb that Iran now claims is going to build now. Now they're going to build a nuclear bomb. What do you think? Do you think they already have one, or do you think they're just saying that just to get everybody angry at Trump? just think about it. Maybe the Iranians have some secret facilities that even the Israelis don't know about. There is a possibility that they do have a facility that they have that's very secret, and or a few of them. What do you think? Now we're going to build a nuclear bomb. Now, like I said, what happens if they already have one? And they don't even need to build one. All they need to do is import one from China. Maybe there was a bunch of tactical nuclear warheads that were just shipped in via all those transport planes that were coming in from China. Do you ever think about that? All they got to do is just put it on that missile system. Maybe they got all the technology they need right there from China. Yeah, AW. I think I did see that. I got to get that and add it on here as an attachment. Definitely so laughable. Well, we've been talking about Iran getting the bomb for at least 12 or 13 years. You guys remember the song we used to play? How many of you guys remember the old bomb song of Iran? We used to play it all the time. And it's exactly like what they've been saying for the last 15 years. Or no, they've been saying it for like 30 years almost. But we were playing this song back 15 years ago. 15 years ago. Yeah, you're having dinner with me. I'm eating right now. We're having a like little communion dinner. The Last Supper? Maybe it's the Last Supper. Who knows? Maybe this is our last meal. No, Sentinel 6, that wasn't the one I'm talking about. You're talking about the Bomb, Bomb, Bomb Iran song. No, that's not the one I'm talking about. I'm talking about the one that was made by Israelis about them getting the bomb. They're going to get the bomb. It goes like, listen to me, honey, it ain't gonna be too long. The bomb, we'll get the bomb. And then he says, you need to watch your tongue. Anyways, if you want to see it on our Telegram page, all you got to do is type in, let's see here. I'll find it for you and I'll give you the link. I can't play it here because probably not a good idea to play it right now. Okay, U.S. military sources are now revealing that the underground nuclear complex at Esfahan turned out to be deeper and stronger than expected and may not have been fully destroyed by tomahawks, according to Fox News. What? This was just now. Fox News. I love that one. I love that one of Trump looking like a Saudi. Another thing, I don't think that these bombing runs have affected in any way their ability to mount retaliation through all their underground missile cities. They call them missile cities. These missile cities are not just one city, it's cities with an S. And there's supposedly a lot of them, like honeycombed throughout the mountainous areas, where they can just pull out stockpiles of missiles that will deplete both the U.S. and Israel's interceptor capability. Basically, they will just wear out all of our interceptor capabilities by just continually throwing missiles, lobbing missiles here, now. Especially their hypersonic technology and capability, I should say, that if they start using that against U.S. forces, that's going to be a very bad day. Wait till they start hitting our ships. Wait till they start hitting our military bases with hypersonic missiles. That's not going to be good. What is Trump going to do? Is he going to nuke them? Is this what Trump's going to have to do in order to prove his point? To nuke them? Because I think Iran would not even care if they got nuked. I think they would rather go out in a blaze of glory than in any way be a lapdog to the West, especially the U.S. Israeli Army radio reports that the U.S. did not attack the enrichment facility in Isfahan, but Trump said we did, and that Israel had attacked, but rather another site that was carved into the mountain where enriched material was hidden. Oh, now Israel's saying that they attacked an area where there was hidden material. Because they've been probably reading all the reports. They hid it. They hid their material. They moved it out, you dummy. And now Israel's like, newsflash. We found the hidden cavern where all the hidden nuclear material was, and we bombed it. Because that's just now coming out in the last few minutes. So Israel knew and actually bombed the hidden room where all the material was that was trucked out of the Fordo nuclear underground facility. I don't know if I believe any of this. Kabuki theater. Now, if Israel had stated that from the very outset, before any reports came out that Iran had hidden their nuclear material, then it might be more believable. But now that it's coming out after the fact, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, so what happened, A-Dub? You're talking about a missing F-35. Is that true? What, just recently or what? An ejected pilot and a missing F-35? Where at? Here? In this just recent attack? All right, so we got some big breaking news here. Okay, so B-2 bombers that hit Iran. Uh-oh, here comes some Kumto alerts. Kumto alerts are incoming. Okay, listen to this. B-2 bombers that hit Iran flew nonstop for 37 hours from their base in Missouri, according to New York Times. Non-stop for 37 hours. Here it comes. I just told you. There it is.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Haran.
All right, so what is it? What kind of aircraft? Probably drones, right? I guess that's nothing major. The Israeli Jordan border. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. You know who that is, right? Also known as AOC. Anyway, she said she's got almost 5 million views on this tweet. 5 million views on this tweet almost. The president's disastrous decision to bomb Iran without authorization is a grave violation of the Constitution and constitutional war powers. He has impulsively risked launching a war that may ensnare us for generations. It is absolutely and clearly grounds for impeachment. Oh no. Another round of impeachment, huh? I guess that's going to fly really well. They've already made the point that anything that mainstream says now or any calls for impeachment are going to be fake news and radical lunatic left, right? So nobody's going to listen to anything. There is no checks and balance anymore. We don't need it because it's already been proven to be not trustworthy, right? So let's just throw out everything. The baby, the bathwater, everything that has to do with checks and balances. Let's just install him as king supreme over America. We don't need checks and balances anymore. So there. He can do anything he wants. Just like Trump said in his own words. I could go out on 5th Street and shoot somebody and everybody would believe me. They wouldn't believe what they said. He said that literally. Trump actually said that. So that's out of Trump's own word, his own mouth. So nobody's going to believe anything anyway, so it doesn't matter. Go ahead, Trump. Do whatever you want. We're not going to oppose anything that you do. Just use AI now with all that technology now to shape our thinking and, activate us. Quantum computing technologies now can just create that environment. This was just posted by Israeli Defense Forces. Changes to the Home Front Command instructions. With the approval of the Minister of Defense, Israel Katz, and following the situational assessment, it was determined that as of today, Sunday, 3:45 a.m., immediate changes will be made to the Home Front Command instructions. As part of the changes, it was decided to shift all areas of the country from partial and limited activity to essential activity. The instructions include a prohibition on educational activities, gatherings, and workplaces, except for essential sectors. So they're banning. This is almost like they're hunkering down for a big war right now. Incoming missiles like they've never seen before. They are literally expecting a rain of missiles coming into Israel. So it says the public is required to follow the instructions published on the official Homefront Command channels. Full instructions will be updated on the National Emergency Portal and the Homefront Command app. So I believe that this is in anticipation of thousands, as Iran has threatened, thousands of incoming missiles at one time. They are telling everybody to not be out in public. They cannot meet in any kind of capacity, whether it's schools, whether it's jobs, or anything of the of such, routine, public routine, right? They don't want anybody out anywhere near or outside of a place where they can run to, as like a defense safe place or a bunker or something. And they don't want anybody getting comfortable outside because of what could potentially happen when these missiles begin to rain down. Up until this point, they've kind of allowed people to do stuff, but always told them to be careful and be ready to go into their shelters. Now it's required that there are no gatherings, no school, no work going on. Everybody's going to get hunkering down for a war, because this is what they're doing, is they're preparing everybody for a real war. Okay? I hope Americans are ready for a real war. What that means, Jay-Z, here we go.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Yahel.
That wasn't even chronicled on Kumta at all. Kumta Alert didn't even post that one. That's weird. All right, breaking Iran back. Houthi says all American. Okay, it says, no, there is another major underground enrichment site in Iran recently operational, and nobody knows where it is. Really? Oh, the alert did go off. Okay. I just missed it. It did go off. I didn't see it. 8:46 would have been 2 minutes ago. I didn't even see it. So there have been no changes in radiation levels, no changes in radiation levels have been detected in Saudi Arabia or other Gulf countries, according to Saudi Radiation Monitoring Commission. So you would think that if they did affect something that has to do with radiation, that it would be being detected through its being picked up and carried by the wind. A representative of the Qom province or Qualm. This is out of Iran, says that the Fordo nuclear facility has not been seriously damaged. Most of the damage is above ground and in the tunnels. Not down deep where the facility is. Is that crazy? So they really didn't actually get down into the depths of the facility itself, just the top part where the tunnels are. That's what I figured. I figured that the mouth of the actual facility was probably 200 or 300 feet deep, but the actual facility itself, where everything is a lot deeper. And that probably it would only affect the mouth of the facility. So that's exactly what they just said. It's only affected the mouth of it. They're going to have to come back in with a nuke. And so somebody was saying that that's what the Israelis are planning to do, is that they're going to follow it up with dropping a nuke on the already opened up ground. So what has already been, opened up with these bunker busters is now going to have a nuke drop on top of it. I wonder if if they're going to actually do that, because Israel could do that. The Middle East Spectator says, Fordo was literally built for this. It literally only ever had one specific purpose: to defend against an American attack. That is why they built Fordo. For this very reason. So it accomplished its goal of not actually compromising the actual facility down deep. I mean, I don't know how you can get down 400 or 500 feet into the earth with a bunker buster. You can't. You can shake things, most likely shake the earth, but will it destroy what's down deep if it is truly 400 or 500 feet deep? U.S. military sources reveal that the underground nuclear complex at Esfahan turned out to be deeper and stronger than expected and may not have been fully destroyed by tomahawks. This is according to Fox News. Israeli Army radio is citing Israeli officials. This is Israeli Army radio citing Israeli officials. Quote, there is a small possibility that the Fordo facility was not destroyed. The United States launched strikes to ensure the destruction of the Natanz facility. So they are admitting that there is a possibility that the Fordo facility was not destroyed. This is coming from the Israeli officials quoted by Israeli Army radio. The attacks did nothing but stir up a hornet's nest in the Middle East. That's all that was accomplished. That's all that Trump accomplished, was stirring up a hornet's nest. Like I said, all he did was piss them off. I gave you the illustration. Someone gets hit that's very skilled and adept at warfare, and they get mad. That's all you did, was you got them mad, and now they are unleashing their adrenaline rush of training upon you. That's what I think is happening right now. I don't think we did anything of any substance except piss them off. Yep. And that's what's being reported right now. Fox News acknowledged it on one of the bombing sites that they bombed, and now Israeli officials being quoted by Israeli radio or army radio, military or army radio, whatever they call it. U.S. bases in the Middle East now are on lockdown, as we had reported earlier. The U.S. is also monitoring Iranian Shia militant movement in Iraq and has intelligence that they intend to hit some of the U.S. infrastructure in the area. Israel closes airspace after U.S. attacks on Iranian targets. Land crossings with Egypt, Jordan remain open. The headlines from the Jerusalem Post: the war has begun. IRGC, Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, says that every American in Mideast now legitimate target after U.S. strikes. I wonder if they're going to target just military, or is it every American? It says every American. I wonder if they mean every American, like every single American. I posted on Telegram, is this just American military or average citizens? We got to ask ourselves that question. So Russia knew in advance that the U.S. was going to get physically involved in Iran in the coming hours or days. This was posted back on the 21st. Okay, that was just today, earlier today, and it says that they knew, and Russia was closely monitoring and helping Iran with intelligence to mitigate the risks. Major U.S. cities now are on high alert following airstrikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. This is per Fox News. Authorities in New York, Washington are on high alert after U.S. airstrikes. We're, quote, we're tracking the situation unfolding in Iran, New York Police Department said in a post on X. Out of abundance of caution, we're deploying additional resources to religious, cultural, and diplomatic sites across New York City and coordinating with our federal partners. We'll continue to monitor for any potential impact to New York City. Shortly thereafter, the Metropolitan Police Department released a similar statement on social media platforms. Now, this is just those areas that are government, and would be a symbolic capital city almost, like New York would be considered in the nation, in the world, as the financial capital. That would be symbolic, a place to attack symbolically. but also Washington, D.C. But, you know, this is something that's going to be happening, I think, all over. I don't think it's just going to be, you know, when you start having 2 or 3 events or 4 events within a week that are significant happening in this area, you know, or coordinated in such a way that causes people to become very fearful because now they know it's happening everywhere. That's what they need is that kind of thing. Oh yeah, now you're embroiled in a real war, guys. Now you're in a real war. This is a real war. This isn't a war that just happens with a few of your military people out there dropping bombs on some third world country. Now they're taking it home. They've already anticipated this and they're waiting. They're inside your country waiting. So, U.S. warned the world before Russia attacked Ukraine, and now Russia warns the world before U.S. attacks Iran. All right, sorry about that, guys. I'm just running around here trying to get a few things done here. But we have had a huge news cycle, have we not? And I'm expecting more of the same in the days to come. More of the same. Huge news cycle unfolding without any breaks. Yep. Let's see, we got something else here. An attack on Iranian nuclear facilities was practiced a year ago during joint U.S.-Israeli exercises, ABC News reports, citing an Israeli source. The exercises simulated offensive actions against Iranian nuclear facilities for the first time. The source said that this was first planned under the Biden administration, but a year ago, we never imagined this would happen until now. Yeah, right. Sure. This is a uniparty. Come on, it doesn't matter who's in power. They're going to do what they want to do no matter what, and the plan was to bomb the facility over a year ago. Come on. This is per ABC News, okay? I'll post that on our Telegram page so you can see it there. Yeah, I think you're right, Revelation. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. It will be a holy, it's jihad, you know. This will be their jihad moment. I'm going to put a jihad on you. If you don't believe me, I'll put a jihad on you. I do believe that they're going to strike back here any time, and it's probably going to be America now. They're probably going to just continue to send lob missiles into Israel, but their real focus is going to be trying to retaliate against the U.S., which they consider us to be the great Satan, the big Satan. Israel, just a little Satan. We'll try to attack the little Satan, but the big Satan needs a lot of our attention. So the big Satan needs to be dealt with swiftly, is what they probably, are planning right now to deal with the big Satan. Oh, that's funny. Breaking, U.S. officials are now seeking for Iran to sign a nuclear deal. That is so funny. They just said that they're choosing war over a nuclear deal. They said that. I don't know why they're even wanting to put out stuff like this now. The U.S. Why are they putting this out?
عادي معلش بدل التصريف.
All right, guys, more missiles incoming. Let's see. I just got the word here. Get the message out, guys. Missiles incoming. Incoming missiles. Emergency. Emergency. Let's see. Missile launches detected from Iran right now, as we speak. Get the word out. This is war, guys. We're in war. This is going to be just the beginning. What you're seeing right now is just small compared to what's coming. News cycle is going to be off the charts here as we get into this. Let's see what we got. Have you guys heard the alarms yet? I know they're looking up in the sky here. Inbound, incoming. All right, here comes the Kumta alerts. I hear something.
Alarm. Ashdod, Yud Aleph, Yud Bet, Tet Vav, Yud Zayin, and Marina. Ashdod, Chet, Tet, Yud, Yud Gimel, Yud Daled, Tet Zayin. Gan Yavne. Ashdod, Gimel, Vav, Zayin. Ashdod, Aleph, Bet, Daled, Hey. Gedera, Yavne, Rehovot, Holon, Mikveh Yisrael, Tel Aviv, Southern City, and Jaffa. Nes Tziona, Ramla, Be'er Yaakov, Rishon LeZion East, Rishon LeZion West, Bat Yam, Yesodot,
There it goes.
Mishmar David, Hulda,
There it goes.
Karmei Yosef, Pedaya, Petachia, Bet Uziel.
I'm going to be
Gezer.
muting the siren because they always copyright the siren. Whenever I see this on my feed, I get copyrighted because of the siren. So we're gonna mute the siren here for a minute. As soon as the bombs start falling, I'll post it here. We're posting right now. This is going out over the four winds. Share it everywhere you can. This could be a bigger incoming volley. We don't know. I know that things are about to get really bad. So as we see these missiles incoming, we'll show you here. Let me just look at the AP, what the AP is saying here. AP News. Let's look at the Associated Press here really quickly. Red alerts everywhere. Red alerts everywhere. All right. I've got a couple feeds coming in here. Hold on. We got a Jerusalem feed.
West, Sodot Yam, Caesarea Marine Center, Bir Amaksum, Iblin, Jadede Makar, Bet.
Ooh. Where was that? See, they're not showing it. The feed won't show it. They won't show the impacts. They're not showing the impacts. They're not allowed to show the impacts on the AP.
Shalomi, Mesilat Zion, Bet Meir, Nataf, Mevo Horon, Bet Horon, Ofarim, Bet Aryeh, Peduel, Alei Zahav.
Sounds to me like there was an impact.
Kfar Rut.
All right, so it sounds to me like there was an impact. I'm just turning it down a little bit. We're going to show you all the footage as it begins to roll out. Everybody then begins to post in real time as the videos and photos come out of the damage. We're already starting to get something in here. Let's see. Okay, this is the feed out of Jerusalem. We're live feed in Jerusalem here. Just keep an eye on Jerusalem's feed here. Okay, they're just naming off all the cities that are under alert right now. I don't know why they have to do that, but I guess it's important. Okay, here's another feed that we can look at as well. This is out of, well, you got Tel Aviv, you got Tehran, you got Haifa there in the background. You can see Haifa right there in the top. Jerusalem on the bottom. We got the Jerusalem feed there. Tel Aviv. There's a lot more coming in, guys. There's a lot more coming in, it looks like. We got all the feeds right here. This is the best coverage you're going to find right here. All feeds right here lead to Blazing Press. All feeds lead to Blazing Press. All roads lead to Blazing Press. BP News channel. Lots of alerts going off. Kumta alerts off the charts. It looks like there's a lot of incoming missiles, guys. So let's keep an eye on what's going on here. This could be the big one. This could be it. Magog and Gog. Gog and Magog. He said Gog and Magog. Uh-oh, I hear missiles. I hear missiles. Let's see where we get these missile sounds from. Let's see. There's a missile right there. Look at all those missiles. Look at them all. They're incoming. You see them up at the top? There's like 5 or 6 of them. 7, 8, 10. There's one right there. Oh, they're hitting. Let's look and see if we see anything hit here. They won't show them hitting on the AP. You won't see anything impacting on AP. You have to go to this skyline here. This skyline is showing a better view. All you're doing is hearing it up here. You can only hear it. As I said, the AP is probably contracted with the Israelis to not show the impacts. They're not allowed to show the impacts. And I don't know if that's for copyright or what, but I know that, or not copyright, but to keep their feed live on YouTube, because if you start showing live impacts, YouTube doesn't allow it, I think, or they limit it. They limit it. So impacts in Haifa and Tel Aviv, live impacts now happening in Tel Aviv and. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to turn off those sirens because we can't be allowing sirens on the feed because of the they copyright the sirens. Is that crazy how they copyright sirens? Where am I hearing these sirens from? Oh, they got to be on my other window. Okay, so yeah, the sirens are definitely going off here in all directions. You can see the different missiles up there at the top. AP is showing. And this is the main feed here that you could probably see. If you could see anything, it would be on this feed because all the other feeds do not show the ground. They're just showing the sky, which is what Israel wants. They don't want you to see what's happening. And they arrest people for showing too much footage as well, is what I've been hearing. If you don't listen to their directives and what they say is allowed, then you get arrested. The sirens are still going off here. Very large amount of sirens. Now, the reason I'm turning the sirens off is because they copyright the siren. It is so crazy. I get a copyright because of the siren, so I have to delete the siren whenever I redo my feed to get it so that it'll be, monetized, so we can at least make a little bit off of it. But yeah, if it's copyright, you can't make any monetization. So I just mute the siren. But yeah, we're getting all kinds of alerts still coming in. Still lots of alerts all over Jerusalem. Oh, we're seeing ones in Jerusalem as well. Jerusalem feed. You see how the Jerusalem one, this is the Jerusalem one right here. You're seeing all kinds of missiles in the air on Jerusalem. You see how AP doesn't show the ground? They're not showing the impacts. There's impacts happening right now, and we're not seeing them because AP is not allowed to show impacts. So the only real hope that we can of seeing anything is right here. And what I'll do is I'll make it really big here, and let's just see if we can just zoom in. See if you see anything going on here. This is Tel Aviv, and if I see anything, I'll let you guys know because I've got it wide open here. I'll turn it up and see if we can hear just a little. This is the only feed worth watching right now because of the censorship of what's going on. At least we can see what's going on here a little bit. Oop! I heard an impact. I heard an impact. Yeah, I just had heard an impact there. I'll see if I can see anything here. Alerts are still going off. I think that they've launched a lot of missiles this time. Ooh, I heard another impact in southern Gaza. This was in southern Gaza, or southern Israel, or Gaza area. I could see it on the feed there. Let's see. Still red alert, still coming in. Once these feeds start coming in where people have chronicled it and uploaded it, we'll start showing you what happened. All right, the Tehran feed is back on. Oh, I just heard another impact. I'm not sure where that one was at. That might be Haifa. A barrage of 30 Iranian missiles towards Israel. Impacts. So there were a lot of impacts. So as I said, Iran is going to continue to show, that they still can continue to rain down missiles. And 30 missiles is still quite a bit, and they still got through. As you can see here, here is the footage right here of what just came through. You got Haifa, Tel Aviv, and even Jerusalem. Jerusalem was actually in the crosshairs too. Some of the Iranian missiles are exhibiting strange flight patterns, according to sources. Yeah, because they got technology that is not able to be stopped. More sirens are across Israel right now. Right there. There's Jerusalem. Jerusalem in the crosshairs. Multiple impacts in Haifa and Tel Aviv. More sirens across Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is being hit hard at the moment. New sirens in the Golan. Jerusalem. WBJS. Here is a video of something here. Let's take a look at this. Oh yeah, here's an impact here. Here's some video now, just now coming out. We'll show you guys the video here. As we get the videos coming in, we're going to show you. And this was just now. Impact inside of Haifa. We did hear Haifa impacts. This is the port city of Haifa. And it looks like we got some more impacts here. Let's see this one. This one, is this an impact? Or this just shows the missiles coming in. Missiles over Israeli skies. Harder to see though when it's daytime, because these things kind of blend in. At night you can see the rocket fuel or the rocket engine usually at night, but in the daytime it's a lot harder to see them. You can kind of see them streaking across the sky. That one got blown up. That one was taken out by an interceptor. All right, a barrage of 30 Iranian missiles toward Israel impacts in Haifa. Let's look and see. Okay, so I think he was just showing an impact over there, and then here's another one. That's the same one, I think. All right, that was the same one. All right, what else? Reports of an attack consisting of, what happened to that post? I was just looking at it. It disappeared. All right, so so far that's what we got here. Let's see what else we got here. 931. Okay, we had that. Here's another impact. I guess that's just a picture. I can show you that. Impact there in Haifa. That's in Haifa. These are missiles incoming into the West Bank or flying over the West Bank. Iranian missiles flying over West Bank. Wow. Absolutely crazy. All right, so we're hearing more. Oh, okay, that was just the video. Okay. Uh-oh. It says here that reports of sirens going off at U.S. bases inside of Iraq. Precautionary in nature is what some are saying. Okay. So let's just kind of hang here for a minute and just see. This is the two cams right here. Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. It's really pointless to even watch AP coverage because they won't show anything now. All they're going to show is the sky. and a few missiles flying through. Possibly a interceptor. They'll show an interceptor taking out a missile that makes it all good. But what about the impacts? Well, we can't see the impacts. Why? Well, because in order to be out there even filming, you have to abide by the rules of Jerusalem or of Israel and what you can show and what you can't show. One of the things you can't show is impacts. You're not allowed to show that. So that's why AP doesn't show it. But that kind of sucks because now we don't know what's going on. We don't know how many impacts that took place, and Israel says, oh, there was only 10 impacts out of all the 500 or 600 missiles that were launched so far, only 10 impacts, when we've actually got evidence of at least 50, and lots of damage on top of that. So why is Israel trying to put up an image that they're not being affected? Why do they have to do that? Maybe they don't want backlash from their people saying, oh, this is terrible. We're having to live in fear. Now with all these missiles incoming, maybe things are going to be different. I don't know. We'll see if Iran just continues to launch wave after wave after wave after wave, because that will wear. That is going to wear on the Israelis' nerves and their ability to have a normal life. That really starts to wear on a person's psyche, their well-being is always in, it's always being thought of. You're always taking care. You're always anxious. You're always thinking there's going to be a missile coming in. When you live like that, it's terrible. It's a terrible existence to have to always be in fear. And that's what the wars do. They are going to put you in fear for your life continually now, unless you got peace in your heart, wherever that comes from. Where does that come from? Does anybody know where you can get some peace in your heart that won't leave? Can anybody tell me? Not dependent on circumstance, not dependent on whether there's wars or rumors of wars. Does anybody know? Can anybody tell me? Anybody? Anybody got any ideas? Kind of curious. Can anybody tell me? Is there anybody out there? Where's my feed? Kathy, you're absolutely right. Amen. Amen, Angela. Revelation's got it right. And love and death is absolutely true. Anybody that hates Jesus hates their own destiny, really. They hate life. They hate truth. They hate life. If they hate Jesus, then you hate truth and you hate life. Because Jesus said, I am the way, I am the truth, I am the life. No one who comes to the Father or comes to the God Most High is ever going to get there unless he comes through me. I am the door. I am the gate to the sheep pen. You can't get into where the sheep are unless you come through me. Any other way in, over the fence, through the back door, or through the back, trying to find a different entrance, it says you're a thief and a robber. What are they doing? They got a car going on in the background there? What's going on back there? It sounds like a, maybe that's a generator. I got my generator going on in my deep underground military style bunker here. All right, so we got more visuals of impacts here. My feeds are going to be masked Like, what do you mean, Kyle? I don't know what you mean by masked. What does that mean? Masked? You mean like COVID type masks that are going to make all kinds of terrible for your videos, fog of war? I don't know what you mean. I'm still not getting it. For your videos, my feeds are going to be masked. You mean like shadow banned? Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean by shadow ban? You mean shadow ban? They're going to be shadow banned for the fog of war? Uh-oh, here comes some more red alerts. More red alerts are incoming. All right, so here's some more impact sites, impact videos. Oh, gosh. Wow. I'm going to turn this off because this is so loud. Why is this so loud? More red alerts, guys. More red alerts. That is so annoying. All right, so let's take a look and see. I have all these different windows open. Some of the impact sites. It looks to me like there's more missiles incoming right now. All right, so there you got that impact site there. And you got some video here. Yeah, lots of incomings. Okay, let's take a look and see what do we got going on now. Whoa, a lot of new alerts. Let's see what we got here.
Roger. Neve, Sasa, Portal, Nerom Golan, Rene, Sipori, Separate Industrial Zone, Ruma Kalhai, Rumana, Bet Rimon, Uzer, Sachnin, Radiot Industrial Zone, Eshbal, Eshkar, Arab Al Naim, Tuval, Kishore, Lapidot, Gita, Amka, Khalil, Isod Hama'ala, Merom Hagalil, Regional Center, Bar Yochai, Hadita, Safsufa, Kfar Hoshem, Or Haganuz, Matat, Hulata, Sde Meron School, Not Hagalo, En Mahi, Mashhad, Kafar Kana, Toran, Goene, Ujida, Mitzpe Netofa, Ar Abba, Avtalion, Ararit, Yachad, Der Khana, Lotem En Hamdon, Salama, Ma'alet Sivya, Hosnia, McManik, Gamud, Ras Al En, Carmial Industrial Zone, Nachif, Shezor, Lavon, Sajur, Ar Khalot, Kisra, Harashin.
Okay, so it looks like there's a huge amount of incoming missiles right now. A lot of incoming missiles. So there should be another round of missiles falling right now. Is this the grand finale? The grand finale? This like V is for Vendetta. Remember that scene? Let's turn down this guy. I'm just going to turn him off. Let's just listen in and see. I guess we can just kind of monitor this one here too. This is the Jerusalem one. You're going to hear the sirens go off any minute here. Watch. I'll put the sirens so that you can hear when they go off. They're going to go off here any minute. Okay, so there's another 10 missiles incoming. So 10 more missiles are detected. Additional ballistic missile launches have been detected. So there's more coming in. So maybe more than 10. The 10 missiles that are detected so far. News sirens are now going off in northern Israel. It looks like one of these, this one is kind of stuck. This feed here is stuck. The Haifa one looks stuck. I don't know if that was an impact or if that was just the wind. Oh, Lord. New U.S. To strike Iran. What? GOP knew the U.S. to strike Iran. Dems left in the dark. What were you saying there, Kathy? Anything going on? Yeah, there's a lot going on. More missiles are incoming here. I'm just waiting to see what's going to happen here. Not sure where they're headed to. They said there was another 10 incoming. The alarms went off, but as of yet, we haven't seen anything. The alarms just went off a few minutes ago. Made it seem like it was pretty big, but then it turned out to be only 10 or 15 or so. Ugh. Underground water and pipes were destroyed at the impact sites. This one here is showing the impact here. Hold on.
איזה קיצון.
הנה, תקוע! לא?
כן.
All right, here's some more impact sites in Haifa.
راح نص النوردة شوف كل النوردة وهرتسل تحت пиздец.
Wow. So there was some new footage. They're saying that the nuclear facility in Fordo was not damaged. This is new information that's coming out by U.S. strike. Iranian MP Raisi. There was no damage to the underground installations. There are no leaks, said a parliamentarian parliamentarian from Quam province, where the nuclear facility is located. So it wasn't the deep facility itself that suffered any damage. It was just the tunnels and the entrance, is what they're saying. Here's the moment of impact at Haifa, a Haifa building. No sirens were being sounded or heard at the time.
Yeah. Yeah. هزك داني اي بنيان هو هي هسه بنشوف هاي نشتري هي هزك داني بعرف لو كانت ونرجو هاي ما رجع لك بوي
Okay, I'm hearing some kind of let's see here. Where'd my feet go? Let's see what we got here. Yep, there you go. I don't know why this feed, it just seems like it kind of stalls at certain points. I don't know what's going on in the background here. Yo, AZ Kirk. I was always wondering, why did the Israelis do that? Anytime there's an incoming missile that's impacting. You always hear him say, yo, yo, yo. I can't keep wondering, like, what does that mean? Does that mean something? Is that like some cultural message there? All right, so I think we got some more footage. Let's see, wait. All clear has been given by the HFC. What does that mean, HFC? The Revolutionary Guard threatened that the war has only just begun after the American attack on the nuclear sites. The Revolutionary Guard threatens that the war has only just begun. They actually had the song singing in the background. We've only just begun. You know, the Carpenter song from back in the 70s? We've only just begun. Da, da, to live. However it goes. I forgot how it goes. You guys all remember that song? All right, so I got to post that. I'll be posting that too. Threatens that the war has only just begun. Lots of missile attacks in Israel. Many buildings have been hit, Big Al says. Big Al, where are you getting that info, Big Al? Big Al? Where are you getting all that info? The war has been beginning since don't know when. By the time their war begins, the Ayatollah will be with Soleimani and the gang already sent up. I have no idea what that meant. Some of these channels, I kind of wonder, like, their English is not the best. And sometimes I cannot understand what they're trying to say. Suddenly Robert dives into the chat. Yes. Angela, you remember that song? Yeah. Middle East Observer shows. Okay, so we have impacts in Tel Aviv. Here's some more impacts videos. Impact videos. There you go now. Yeah, well, we know a lot of missiles have come in. We've been tracking all that, but we need to see all the videos. We got all the videos coming out right now. This is the place you want to be, right here. You're not going to find as much info on Twitter if you're like some of these other channels that just pull Twitter info. The Telegram channels are where everybody's at, and this is real-time info that is much quicker than anybody can post on Twitter. So if you're following channels that are covering Twitter feeds, you're gonna find out later, a lot later than many times than you would find on a channel that's monitoring Telegram channels. So Telegram channels is where you want to be. It's the place you want to be. So you better pick it up and move to Telegram Hills, that is. All right, here's Tel Aviv this AM. Here's some more video footage. Oh my gosh, that's terrible. Look at that. Look at that. Oh man. That's some pretty bad impacts. You see that? Look at that, guys. That just happened. You know there's got to be some people, if they weren't evacuated, got caught in the middle of that. Here's another one. Just strip the branches off those trees. See how it just strips the branches right off the trees? If you happen to be walking around outside when that happens, you're going to die. The impact alone, the impact of those percussions alone could kill you. Rattle the insides out. Rattle your insides right out of your body. Just trauma, internal trauma just from the impact, the percussion of the bomb. All right, you want to hear what the Houthis had to say? Listen to this. Tell me this doesn't sound kind of biblical in a way. The Houthis condemn U.S. attack on Iran. They threaten retaliatory strikes on U.S. ships in the Red Sea. This is what the Houthis said. We condemn and denounce the brutal and cowardly aggression by the U.S. against the Islamic Republic of Iran. The aggression against Iran is a flagrant violation of all international law and conventions, representing a dangerous escalation and a direct threat to regional and international security and peace. Peace and security. International peace and security. That's what they're saying. See that? Biblical terminology right there of the last days. Peace and security. Peace and safety. The Houthis were quoted by Al-Masirah TV. They said, we declare our support, this is what the Houthis are saying, for Iran and its leadership, people and army, in resisting Americans and the Israelis' aggression. This is what they're saying. So this is Hussam al-Assad, a member of the political bureau. He wrote this on X. The U.S. must be held accountable, he said, for the consequences of the strikes on Iran. He confirmed that the Houthi armed forces' readiness to resume, listen to this, they're resuming attacks on U.S. ships in the Red Sea. See, they had paused. You know, Trump had gotten them to stop. He said, just leave us alone. You can keep attacking Israel, but don't attack our ships, right? That's basically what he said the last time. And they stopped attacking our ships. And they kept lobbing missiles into Israel. But now they're saying that they're going to resume their attacks on U.S. ships in the Red Sea in retaliation for the strikes on Iran, threatening a stronger and broader response. So now we're going to be attacked by Houthis. This is what's going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, the Red Sea, the Gulf of Oman, I guess, or the I forget what they call that. Gulf of or the Strait of Aden. Is it the Gulf of Aden or the Strait of Oman? I can't remember which one it is. One of the two. Those are also going to be shut down because the Houthis kind of oversee or control that area, just like the Iranians control the Strait of Hormuz. So that Strait of Hormuz is also going to have some effects. because the Iranians are going to try to stop all traffic. They're going to try to stop all traffic. Wow, there's some pretty wide destruction here. Look at this. Did I show you this one already? I think I did. Yeah, I already showed you that one. All right, so there's another one here. Let's see. This is wow. That's pretty bad. That damage is pretty bad. Let me pull it down just a little bit. Yeah, that's pretty extensive. It's pretty extensive. Here's some more. Wow. Look at that. Wow. My goodness. Look at this one. Wow. Look at that building. It just ripped the face of that building right off. And the trees completely just ripped those trees right off. You could see that there's big old chunks of the trees just laying there. Wow, that's just amazing. Okay, so this statement was, hold on one second here. All right, what's this all about? I counted 9 B2's fly over my house, Warsaw, Missouri, heading due east. Okay, so that was at 10:27 p.m. That was 2 minutes ago. What? Shay A. Dave. Let me look that one up. No way. Look at this. All right, let's check this out, guys. This is interesting. Hold on. Let's check this out. This ought to be interesting. Here, hold on. Shay A. Dave. Shay at Shay A. Dave. Let's see. Well, let's see if he said this. Listen to what this Iraqi veteran says here. He said that 3 hours ago. He was a veteran of both Iraq 1 and Iraq 2. But I don't see that post that he said. Where is that post? Did he say it recently? When did he say it? He's only posted once. What? Let me see here. Let's look at and see on this post. Okay. So here he is. Hold on. I still am trying to figure out how Twitter works. I am such a... Okay, so here he is. Look. So this guy posted this. Oh, you can't see that? Okay, here we go. So he did post this 19 hours ago, or at least 20-something hours ago. It said this was the only Twitter account that accurately predicted the B2's flying east. How do they do that? It looks so real. Doesn't that look real? I mean, that looks just like Kim Jong-un. Same hair. It looks just like him, man. Oh man, how in the world? That's a body double if you ever ask me. Okay. Well, that was interesting. Little diversion there. Uh-oh, did I just screw up? I just got rid of my good feed, I think, on accident. Trump unilaterally orders bombing Iran without congressional approval. And somebody said in the Congress, no president should be allowed to unilaterally march this nation into something as consequential as war with erratic threats and no strategy. This is dramatic. Israeli officials believe enriched uranium was present. Enriched uranium was present in the facility in Isfahan that was attacked overnight by the U.S. It is still unclear whether it was destroyed or merely buried under the rubble. Well, that's good, I guess. If it was buried under the rubble. But how do they know if it was really there? How do they know? Did they have somebody down there looking at it before they bombed it? I mean, like, how do they know? How do they really know that it was there? They had little nanobots taking pictures? Internet of bodies? Input in, input out? Sending back info in real time? From injected IRGC troops that are filming it with their eyes. They don't even know it. I'm talking about the nanobots that swim through our veins and arteries. Oh man, what a crazy world, huh? What a crazy world. Well, let me see if I got this chronicled here one more time here. I got some more footage here. I think we already looked at this, but let's see if this is it again. Okay, so I'm going to say this. You know how the evangelicals and politicians will say this phrase, those who bless Israel will be blessed. Don't ever cross Israel, because if you do, God is going to judge that nation, right? Okay, so we blessed Israel by doing their bidding, right? We stood up, we stood in front of what was coming their way, and basically now we're going to take the wrath of the Muslim world upon ourselves. So we're basically blessing Israel by doing this, right? Let's see how blessed we become in the days ahead as a result of doing this, right? So if our country doesn't go into a tailspin and into, you're going to know that this is reality. What I'm telling you is reality. If our country goes into a tailspin of chaos in the coming days, then I was right. Now, if I'm wrong, everything will get peachy keen. We'll go into a golden dawn, a golden age of prosperity and peace. And everything will become so unified and kumbaya-ish. The whole world will hug and hold hands and sing kumbaya, and there'll be Abraham Accords with all the Muslim countries coming and worshiping at Jerusalem's new rebuilt third temple that Golden Dawn is going to build, is going to help to reestablish. Then you can say, yep, Rob, you were wrong. Robert, you were wrong. Because the Bible is right. According to the evangelicals, those who bless Israel will be blessed. Unless, of course, God has cursed this moment. Maybe the restrainer has departed the building. You know, some people say, well, the Holy Spirit's the restrainer. Holy Spirit's the restrainer. And the church has the Holy Spirit. So when the church is raptured, the restrainer has left, and that's when the bad things begin to happen. But what happens if the restrainer is the one that watches over Israel in the sense of just watching over the region? Maybe not so much the sinful people that inhabit the region, but the region itself, for a purpose that God has destined for that nation to come back according to his own word. It's not according to their righteousness. It's according to his own promise. He has a covenant with the land. That's why they came back, right? That's why the Israelites came back. Now, what happens if the restrainer is Michael, the one that watches over, and that as the beginning of the tribulation is initiated, Michael, the restrainer who restrains evil, right? He restrains the powers of Persia. Remember, Michael was fighting with the Prince of Persia. You know who the Prince of Persia is, right? It's the demonic jinn or overlord, whatever you want to call it, the demonic entity that oversees Iran. And he was restraining the Prince of Persia, remember? And that's what brought forth the prophecy that would usher in the end times in the book of Daniel. And the angel said to Daniel, this book will be sealed, this book of the prophecy will be sealed until the time of the end. Only at the time of the end will this seal be broken and this book be opened and understood. And it has to do with the Prince of Persia, and it has to do with Michael, these fighting angelic forces that oversee the affairs of these two nations. And what we're watching right now is the restrainer being pulled back off of Israel and allowing this destruction. This destruction that you see happening now, which Israel does not want you to see, is a result of the restrainer being pulled back. Now, this is an interpretation of the last days that many don't hold in the evangelical world, but it very well could be a possible interpretation. There are people that do hold it. There are scholars that do hold that and say that Michael is the restrainer. So, what say you? Just out of curiosity. What do you guys think? What's your thoughts? What do you think about that? Is it a possibility? Yo, yo, yo. Anybody out there? Is there anybody out there? Is there anybody out there? Just nod if you can hear me. Is there anyone at home? Come on now. I hear you're feeling down. Well, you ever heard that song? Comfortably numb. Come on now. We don't want to be comfortably numb here. Let's get a move on. Everybody wake up, wake up. MT says, yes, I'm here. All right, Freedom. Love or Death says, no hope. Oh, Scott's here. We done a bunker buster test. We done a bunker buster. Is Trump going to nuke? I don't know. You get it, Josh? Ah, Josh gets it. It was Pink Floyd. Doesn't it say something about there's no pain that you are receding? Receding. It's not receiving, it's receding. How does that go? Yeah, that was the song. Those were the songs I used to meditate on when I was a kid. Just heavy metal at the time. But you know, I never did buy albums. I never did that. I never bought tapes or CD. Well, actually, CDs weren't even a thing at the time. It was just tapes. See, it was cassette tapes and albums. Albums and cassette tapes. This was probably after the 8-track tapes. 8-track tapes were only for a short time, but the CD, the little cassette tapes were pretty big. And so was the albums, right? At that time, I never collected anything like that. All my friends did, but I never spent money on that stuff. You know, it was like $20. Some of those tapes and albums, they were expensive. You know, you're spending $15-20 even back then, I think it was. But I never spent money on that stuff. I just listened to it. All my friends bought it. Why would I buy it? Even back then, I didn't worship music. I didn't worship, artists or musicians. I never put people on pedestals even back then. But, you know, a lot of people do that. Or they did it, I guess. That, you know, you guys are listening to me, don't do that, right? You don't do that kind of thing. Why put a man in a place where only God deserves to be? This is a trippy chorus. It says, "There is no pain, you are receding. A distant ship, smoke on the horizon. You are only coming in through waves. Your lips move, but I can't hear what you're saying." You know, it just reminds me of like you know how when you look over and you see like waves off the ground when it's really hot. That's what he's talking about, I think. He's just looking over the horizon, and you're just like smoke, and you're just coming in through like waves, and it's not clear. It's just waves. Your lips are moving, but I can't hear what you're saying. This is what it feels like when I'm trying to preach to somebody, and they just can't get it. They're like in a different world. They're not hearing what I'm actually saying. This is crazy. To Mr. and Mrs. Constitution says, "It's time to smoke." Just don't smoke the dope. No. Don't smoke at all. It's bad for your lungs. It's not good for you. What do I think about Christian shamanism? I think those are two contradictory terms. I think it's two contradictory terms. Well, when you talk about, are you talking about drugs? Listen, I heard somebody tell me this. Yeah, shrooms. There's a dude that used to hang out with us a while back, and I think he was espousing Christian shamanism. And basically what he says is that, the priests, when they would do the incense, that it was actually weed. It was marijuana, and they were going into hallucinations. And they were taking some kind of drug that would connect them to God. Now, I'm not saying that drugs can't open up a portal, because they can, but it's not to God. It's probably to the demonic realm. And they're masquerading as angels of light, just like the DMT trips that people take. The ayahuasca, what do they call it? Ayahuasca? Yeah. And this is what the Bible calls sorcery. The Bible calls sorcery pharmakia, right? If you go back and you look at the original word, it's pharmakia. Pharmacy is where we get the word for sorcery. And it says that we export this sorcery to the nations, and it's an abomination. Sorcery is an abomination. Why would you want to open up your third eye to the demonic tree of life, the demonic tree of knowledge of good and evil, when you could have the tree of life? You want to live where God wants you to be, in the tree of life, with access to the wisdom that's from above, not from the wisdom that God said don't touch of it, don't eat of it, don't open your mind and eye. Your eye is evil. The Bible talks about the evil eye, and it also talks about the eye that's single, that looks to God only, right? You got to look to God only. Don't look to a counterfeit. Don't look to some counterfeit that's going to promise you well-being and health and peace. It's all counterfeit peace, counterfeit, prosperity. It's not the true provisions of heaven. It's only what the devil himself promises you, which is a true, it's going to end in emptiness. Just like Solomon said, futility and vanity, emptiness under the sun. Nothing is going to really be of any consequence when you get to the end of the matter. The only thing that really matters is that you fear God and keep his commandments. That means abiding by his dictates. When he says don't touch, don't eat of that tree, and that's the shamanistic tree, or the devil himself is at the root of, at the base of. The base of the tree is your spine too, right? Or the tree of life. What is it? The tree of life that the Kabbalists talk about? The tree of life the Kabbalists are all teaching, the mystical Kabbalists. And what does the Kundalini talk about? The base of the spine is where the demonic powers originate, right? The Kundalini spirit. Yeah, the Holy Spirit is the best high. Why would you even want to do anything other than what God has? He's much better. It's much better to go God's way. No, I don't think so, Mr. and Mrs. Constitution. I don't think so. Oh, you're talking about Carl Jung? Well, what is it? When you say a shaman like Carl Jung, well, what did he teach? What did exactly Carl Jung? Didn't he talk? Wasn't he the one about the archetypes or something? Let me see. I think he was all about archetypes, wasn't he? I can't remember now. I thought he was all about the archetypes. Yeah. He was a Swiss psychiatrist, and he was best known for developing analytical psychology, also known as Jungian psychology. You know, I took a course in college about in psychology, and it was all about they were teaching us about Jung, and it really reminded me of a religious doctrine. It didn't seem like anything that had to do with science of the mind or anything like that. You would think, when you think about what they say science of the mind is, right? Psychology, you would think it would have something to do with more of a mechanical kind of understanding. But no, this was more religious, right? You were right. It's a religious thing. His teachings emphasize the importance of understanding the individual psyche and the journey towards individualization, which is the process of becoming a whole integrated person. Jung's key contributions include the concept of the collective unconsciousness, archetypes, and psychological complexes. The collective unconscious. Well, what about the collective consciousness? I mean, I think that leads to a collective consciousness, because there is what I believe to be a collective consciousness people unconsciously are part of. There is a collective consciousness that many people aren't aware of, I guess. That's true. They're unconscious of it. But you can become aware of that collective consciousness, which actually could be a grand deception of the wide gate. You might as well just call it the wide gate consciousness, because there's a wide gate that leads to destruction, and many there be that enter in. But the narrow gate of consciousness is from above, right? It's the wisdom that's from above. Very few be that find it, and it's not apparent as the parable of this barren field. Jesus taught it was a hidden, buried treasure. It's a consciousness that is true, that God Himself is the author of, but it's buried. It's not unseen, I should say. It's unseen. That's why God says, "Call upon me," and He says, how does it? Call upon me and ask of me, and I will show you great and mighty things that you know not of. And then He also says that in Christ are hidden all the treasures of wisdom and of knowledge. They're hidden in Christ. And then it talks about how God will not do anything unless He first reveal His secrets unto His servants, the prophets. So God will not unveil anything in that consciousness that the majority are tapped into. He reveals it to, it's a secret wisdom. Jesus, or I think it was Apostle Paul, said that it was reserved for us and for the glory of Christ and in the church for these last days. This was a reserved wisdom, or a hidden wisdom. You know, He speaks a hidden wisdom. And that's why Jesus prayed and said, "Thank you, Father, that you have hidden these things from the wise and the prudent, and you revealed them unto babes." This wisdom has been revealed to those who are unlearned or unschooled, like tax collectors and those who truly obeyed and trusted and followed. And they were supposedly unlearned, but they weren't schooled. They weren't going through the seminaries and the higher education, the higher institutions of higher learning, right? The institutions of higher learning. They were taught by the Spirit. They were taught by God. They were taught as discipled by God Himself. They had a wisdom that was from the Lord Himself. They were tax collectors. They were carpenters. They were blue collar, or what was the other one? The military type guys. Just your average kind of Joes, that weren't really anything to speak of in terms of the way the world thinks. You know what? I wasn't even talking into my mic there. Hopefully you guys could have heard me. Were you able to hear what I was saying? I'm sitting here talking and I'm not even talking into my mic. I need to go in the sweat lodge. You know, do you want to hear a story? It's kind of funny. It's kind of interesting. Okay, do you guys know? Do you remember that guy, Double Rainbow, the big old guy he was like the guy that did that viral video, Double Rainbow all the way across the sky. Remember that guy? Do you remember that guy? His name was Bear, or Yosemite Bear. His actual name was Paul Vasquez. Paul Vasquez. He was the Double Rainbow guy. Do you remember that guy? Your husband is an ex-military carpenter? Ah, his initials are JC. That's funny. How many of you guys out there remember the Double Rainbow guy? Type 1 if you know who the Double Rainbow guy is. Or was. He's dead now. He passed away during COVID. You don't know who the Double Rainbow guy is, Josh? Come on, are you kidding? This is like YouTube, classic YouTube. In fact, people actually saw a video of mine and they were all claiming it was Double Rainbow Part 2. They saw my video at the time of the Double Rainbow guy. He used to live really close by where I used to live, and I actually got to know him. I interviewed him too. I had him on the show one time. Scott, do you remember when I had him on the show when I interviewed him? Do you remember that? I talked a lot about him because I actually went and had, I kind of had a little powwow with him. He was an Indian. The reason why I'm bringing him up is because Josh, you reminded me when you said a sweat lodge. He was Indian. He was an Indian, and he lived up in the mountains where I used to live. And I have a really interesting backstory on that dude. It's kind of funny. Do you remember that, Scott? Yeah, that was like 13 years ago. MT, how do you know? How do you know about that? MT, who are you then? You gotta be somebody I know, MT. What are you? You're coming under some other ID here. Who is this? MT, who is this? Play the bomb song. I know it's kind of copyrighted though. You know how that goes. But Big Al, you know who the bear. He used to tell me, don't call me Paul. Call me Bear. He says, you got to call me Bear. He was a very strange guy. Very, very prideful guy. He was really into the spiritual things of the Indians. He was a very Indian kind of type of spirituality because he was Indian. If you look at him, he looks Indian. You know, he was kind of big old huge dude. He used to do wrestling, I guess, but he was really, really overweight. Toward the end of his life, he ended up having lots of issues, physical problems and health issues, and then when COVID came, he ended up passing away from COVID. I guess it was COVID. But he was all about that double rainbow. Remember? He said that the spirit gave it to him. Well, anyways, this one day, how did I contact him? I'm trying to remember how I got in touch with him. And I found out that he lived near where I lived, so I called him. Somehow I got his number, and I can't remember how. And I ended up, he says, hey, yeah, you can come out and hang out with me. He goes, you can come out and hang out. He goes, but you got to bring, should I tell you guys this story? This is so crazy. This story is so crazy. Yeah, he called it the spirit. He always would say spirit. He wouldn't say the spirit. He wouldn't say the Holy Spirit. He would say spirit. He said, spirit told me. Spirit said this. You wish you were in Fiji? Why do you say that? And so anyway, what happened was I decided, okay, I'll go interview this guy. I'm going to go over to his place, right? This was probably 2011, maybe 2010. It was probably 2010, 2011-ish, right around there. I think it was like 2010. And this is about the time when his viral video came out, because I remember watching his video, and I laughed so hard. I could not stop laughing. I laughed so hard. I cried. I laughed so hard. I cried. My sides hurt. You know, it was just hysterical to me. And then I thought, okay, this guy lives near me. I'm going to go over to I'm going to talk to him and see what happens. And I told him who I was. And I said, I want to interview him. And he was like, okay. And he was all about trying to get, I think he really secretly wanted to make a profit off of what happened, but he never really wanted to monetize. He felt like what he was given in this viral video was a gift that he couldn't monetize. He said Spirit would get mad if he monetized it, but he still wanted to make a profit. He still needed to live. And so he had a little piece of property on the side of this mountain, and he invited me up to his property. So I decided, okay, I'm going to go out there and meet him. Well, he said, before you come, go over to Taco Bell and get me tacos. And he goes, he gave me this long list of things to buy him. It was a huge amount of food. The dude was like probably 350, 400 pounds. The dude was probably like 350 pounds. He was huge. He was a huge, heavy, big monster. Like, he looked like that's why they called him Bear. He was like a bear. Like, they call him Bear because he looked like a bear. And he had really long hair and, straggly, and, he was starting to gray, but he had really dark hair. He looked kind of Indian in a way, but he was really heavy set. And so he goes, oh, go get me some food and at Taco Bell. And so I bought him some food on the way over. And when I got there, I was in a truck. It was just a 2-wheel drive truck. And he says, you got to meet me out there. And I'm out there in the front of my property because, I got to meet you. So he was in this little small, I think it was like a Toyota hatchback, one of those really small little compact cars, those little small compact Toyotas. And I don't know how he fit in there, but he was in this car waiting for me. Actually, he wasn't really waiting for me. Well, he kind of was, but because he knew I was bringing him food, and he knew I was going to, want to talk to him. But he was actually waiting for some other girls. Okay, listen to this. This is going to blow your mind. So this guy was doing couch surfing. I don't know if you've ever heard of that app called couch surfing. I think he was doing something like I don't know if it was Airbnb, but I think it was couch surfing. And he would get people to come over, supposedly, because he was famous. His video went viral, and he was getting a bunch of publicity. Everybody wanted to hang out with him or get to know him. And so he basically had people coming over and spending the night in a tent outside. He had this single wide beat up. I mean, this thing was beat up, ugly, junky, dirty, single wide. It was just one single little trailer that he had converted into some kind of a living. Like, he had a stove in there, and he had like a little kitchen in there. He had a stove inside this rinky-dink little, and he kind of built around it, and he had all these marijuana plants growing everywhere. He lived on the side of a mountain. So in order to get to his property, you had to go up the side of this hill, this very steep little small itty-bitty road that was all bumpy, and you could barely get up the road. In my truck, I couldn't even get up the road. He told me to follow him up the road, and my truck wouldn't even go up. I had a 2-wheel drive, Ford or something. It was a piece of junk at the time. It wasn't a piece of junk, but I couldn't even get up the road. But he was able to go up with his car. He just went right up with his car, and but before we went up, listen to this. So I get to where he's waiting for me. I get there. I've got all the food. I bring him the food, and he just starts gobbling it down. He had this huge, he wanted that biggest Taco Bell drink full of I don't know, it was like that Baja colored drink. And he had 5 tacos, 3 burritos, and an enchilada. I mean, he wanted everything. I gave him whatever he wanted. I bought it for him, and I brought it. And he just scarfed that thing down, and he drank the whole thing while I'm sitting there. And I'm like, I'm waiting for him to take me to his place, right, so that I can talk to him. We're supposed to be going to do an interview. And so he's like, I got to wait. You got to wait here. And I'm like, what are we waiting for? And he's like, oh, they're right there. And so here comes this van. Like, it's not a van, but it's like one of those SUV kind of looking. It was like a van SUV looking thing. It was a newer car, and it pulls up, and out pops these two, like, young, early 20 kind of girls. They look kind of hippie-ish in a way, but they're really cute. You know, they're kind of cutesy, and they're young, and they pop out of the car, and they look like they're hippies. Like, they kind of remind me of like a throwback from the 60s, except they're kind of like modern hippies. Like, I don't know if they're like I don't know how you would describe them in today's language, but they reminded me of like 60s hippies girls. And so they come right up, immediately they walk up to us, and they give me a huge hug, and I'm like, what the? I'm thinking to myself, what's going on here? I'm like looking, and he's looking at me, and he's jealous. Like, I can tell right off the bat, he doesn't like that I'm there. Like, he does not like the fact that they even gave me any attention right off the bat, right? And they give him a hug too, and but I could tell he didn't like that, right? So all I'm thinking about is an interview. I'm not thinking about anything else other than an interview, right? So he takes us up this hill, and like I said, I had to park my truck down below and walk because I couldn't get my truck in there. And it was so small anyway, I was afraid to even drive up it. It was like very steep. The truck kept spinning wheels, and I couldn't even get any traction to even go up. So I had to park the truck down below, and I walked up. The girls got up there. They walked up there with him, and they took, I don't know if they walked. I think they walked. And so we're all up there, and he's got a campfire out in the front. He's making some tea in there, and he's telling me, watch the tea. He's talking to me kind of like in a very direct way, kind of weird. I get this really weird vibe from him, and he's telling me to watch the tea. Tell me when it's gonna boil. And I'm sitting by the step of the door, and I'm thinking to myself the whole time, like, what am I doing here? Should I even be here? I feel so uncomfortable sitting here. And he's got marijuana plants here, growing there. He's got all these dogs, and I guess he raises dogs. And supposedly this is like his farm, like he calls it his farm, right? And what he'll do is he'll have people come up, spend the night in a tent outside of his dwelling there, and he feeds them, I guess, and they help him. They help him to do chores. They help him on his quote-unquote farm. I think he's got other plans, and this is kind of like one of them. It's kind of weird. And so he's using his fame. He's using his fame to do this, right? So he's getting all this attention. I mean, Snoop Dogg hung out with him. People like Snoop Dogg hung out with him. He gave Snoop Dogg a big old bag of weed on camera in the YouTube studios. The YouTube wasn't really happy about it either, but he gave him a bunch of weed, and he's really into smoking weed, right? So when I'm sitting there, he lights up a joint, and the girls are all into it too. They're like all smoking it, and they're passing it around, and I'm like, no, I'm not really, I didn't want to do it. Like, I was like, no, I didn't want to participate. I didn't want to get caught up in that whole thing. I just said, no, it's okay. I'm not really into that right now. And so they just kind of pass me. And I know they thought I was weird because I didn't smoke weed with them. It's kind of like, you didn't smoke the peace pipe? What's the matter with you? Are you stupid? What's wrong with you? Like, they were thinking that, I could tell. And so I felt totally, completely out. And plus, he didn't like me being there anyway because those were the girls that he wanted, right? And I think he kind of felt threatened by me at that point, too, because of the girls. But at that point, when I didn't want the weed and I just sat there and I really didn't interview him because he was too much focused on what was going on with them girls. And plus, I was uncomfortable. And at that point, I sat around. He talked about some stupid things about the cat, the roof cat. He said there's a roof cat up there, and he said the cat never comes down because if it does, the dogs will kill it. All the other cats have gotten killed, but this cat is smart, and he has survived because he lives on the roof. He called it the roof cat. It's so weird. But he had all these dogs, you know, like he was raising these dogs. And anyway, so then I left. I eventually just left, and I was like, that's it. This is done. But I kept in touch with him on and off because I would run into him in the town because he used to go to the same little area where I would go to the same town because we kind of lived out in the middle of nowhere, up in the foothills. Sierra Nevada's up there, and little town up there. And I would run into him every once in a while. We'd talk, and he kind of looked at me as maybe helping him to kind of facilitate his marketing, you know, kind of like trying to help him to market himself because he felt like he was a failure in taking advantage of his fame, and he never made any real money off of it. He started to at a certain point. I mean, he got a couple of contracts with like one of the airlines. They did a commercial with him, and you know, there was other companies that would do commercials with him on and off because he was kind of popular with this double rainbow thing, you know. So he did get some notoriety on that, but he was kind of a weird guy, and you know, he was on Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel was what really got him popular, and he came back on Jimmy Kimmel like twice. I think he came on his show, and but he thought he was like a superstar. He literally talked about himself in a very prideful way, like he always was like somebody, like everybody needed to just listen to him. He was famous, and you know, he would talk about it, which was really kind of like put you off, you know, like somebody that talks about themselves and how famous they are. You know, you think these people are not too smart, but he would talk about his spiritual thing. Now, this is what he told me. Okay, oh yeah, I did talk to him about this. So this is what he told me. While I was there, I did get this out of him, and this is what I'm going to tell you, because it had to do with his video. And I said, you know, how did that video become so popular? Like, why? What made you do that? What was the reason for why you went all ecstatic? What was going on? He said, oh, Spirit gave it to me at that moment. I walked out the door, and I had just gotten back from a sweat lodge, and they wanted me to do the bear dance, and I didn't do the bear dance, but the Spirit told me I needed to do bear dance. And I said, well, what is the bear dance? He said, sacred dance. He said, and we were in the sweat lodge, and I didn't do it, but the Lord said he said the Spirit told me I was Noah. And I said, what do you mean, no? Wait, was it Noah? No, was it Noah? Yeah, he goes, the Spirit told me I was Noah. And I said, what do you mean the Spirit told you were Noah? He said I was Noah. And he said, when I got home, he said, I was looking out my window and I saw this rainbow. He said, and I couldn't believe it because the Spirit was telling me that I was Noah again. And I said, well, were you like on drugs or anything? Did you take peyote or what's going on? Were you hallucinating? He said, no. He says, I saw the double rainbow and it was like the eye of God was looking at me. The eye of God was looking at me, and I just I couldn't stop crying. He said, and it was like so beautiful. He goes, and don't you remember in the video? I said in the video, what does this mean? He goes, I was asking Spirit, what does this mean? And he goes, the Spirit was, he was trying to find out, like, if he was like called to do some great thing that, you know, but see what it was I think it was like demonic. Like, I think it was a demonic manifestation because people were tripping off that video. Like, that was like a hallucination without being on drugs, watching him, listening to that video. Because I remember when I was sitting there watching the video, the first time I ever saw it, I literally laughed so hard I couldn't stop laughing. I was laughing so hard, and it was just me watching this guy saying all this really crazy stuff on a video. It was true. He thought he was Noah. Now, not nobody hardly knows about that. Nobody knows about that because he never really talked about it in any interviews. He only told me that. So that's kind of an exclusive insight into the double rainbow guy. Now listen to this. So after the guy died, I think he died in like 2022 or something like that. And I had a really weird experience about the rainbow thing with him. I'll have to tell you this one too. This was kind of weird. So anyway, after he died, he had uploaded videos to YouTube for years. Like there's a way you can upload videos like in advance, like you can preset videos to be uploaded. Like you can upload them, but you can pre-advance them to be posted. So they're actually already uploaded, but you can post a date for them to actually be public. So he still, to this very day, has videos that are being posted on YouTube. At least the last time I looked, there are still videos to this very day being posted on his account that he had uploaded like 3 years ago. Let me look, or let me see if he's got any more recent. Oh, let's see. Yosemite Bear. Is he even still on here? Yeah, here he is.
Yeah, this stuff is pretty amazing.
Let's see if these still are posted. Let me see. Yeah, the last one that he posted was 5 hours ago. There was another one that was posted 12 hours ago. There was one that was posted 1 day ago. I mean, 4 days ago, 6 days ago, 9 days ago. These are still being released on YouTube. And some of them are very unflattering. He just would take video all day long and then he would just clip it and post it and upload it. I mean, it's just so bizarro. And he had a string of people that would be coming and going, so he would always be taking video footage of new people that would be coming into his place, and he had weird girlfriends and, you know, all this weird drama that would follow him everywhere. But I never really followed him too much myself. Oh, there's the roof cat 3 weeks ago. Okay, remember I told you about the roof cat? Look at this. Look at this. He's got the roof cat here. No way. All right, look at this. He's got the roof cat. Remember I told you he called it the roof cat? Look, this was posted 3 days ago. No, 3 weeks ago. I'm sorry. This was posted 3 weeks ago. It's got 434 views. That's crazy. But look at this. I'll bet you he calls it the roof cat. Like, let's just see what he says about it.
Hey. They're pretty, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That was intense today, huh?
Yeah.
All right, so that's it. He didn't really say anything about it, but he called it a roof cat. And anyways, I always thought that was kind of funny. So anyways, so then, so what happened was he told me that the spirit told him that at the sweat lodge, while he was supposed to be doing the bear dance, he said it was a holy dance or some kind of sacred dance, but he didn't do it, and he felt bad. But the spirit, he said, told him he was Noah. When he saw the double rainbow, he said it was like the eye of God was looking at him, and he was like losing it. He was just overly emotional. He didn't know what it meant. In the actual video, you can hear him say, "What does this mean?" And he was trying to figure out like what God was telling him, right? Well, the video went viral, and it got millions and millions and millions of views. I mean, let me see how many millions of views it's got here. It's got to have at least, okay, it's got 51 million views. 51 million views. It was posted 15 years ago, which would have been 2010, just like I told you, right? 2010. And 51 million views. So then I'll just give you another story. So one day I'm in the store, little supermarket up there, and he comes in, and I'm trying to remember exactly. It was when I saw the double rainbow when he was there. I forget what, there was some meaning behind it, and I can't remember now. I'm trying to remember the exact thing that happened. I think it had something to do with the dog. Honey, do you remember what it was? Remember, and I told you I went in the store, and he was in there, he was eating, and he's like, hey, and I was talking to him, and then when I left out the store door, there was a double rainbow outside the window, and it meant something. It was connected to something, and I can't remember if it was the dog. Because I can't remember what it meant. But there was something that was connected to it. But I thought it was weird because it was exactly like a double rainbow that he was connected to. You know, it was just very strange. But he was kind of an odd guy. What's going on here? I guess there's still stuff going on, at least. That sounds like a siren or something. Anyways, that was my weird encounter with the double rainbow guy. Very strange dude, but kind of fun in a way. Hey Taylor, you came back. You're back for another giveaway. You might win again. By the way, Taylor, did you get your package? Taylor just became a member. But you were a member before, but you're a member again. So I guess it lapses. Does memberships lapse after a month and you got to reapply, or does it just keep you going? I'm not sure how that works. I need to do the sweaty lodge. Yeah, really, huh? They say that sweating is really good for you, though. It's actually very healthy for your body to sweat. So maybe the Indians knew something about the power of sweating, because it does cleanse your pores and your body out. Yeah, the member Taylor Bennett was one of the ones that won the giveaway. He was the guy that won the giveaway last week, and I sent it out to you 2 or 3 days ago. You should have got it by now. Maybe not. Maybe you haven't got it yet. Are you still there? It helps your visions. It helps visions if you sweat. Is that true? I heard that eating pizza helps too. I heard that if you eat a lot of cheese, it helps you have dreams and visions. Jesus was in the sweat lodge. Jesus was in the sweat lodge sweating drops of blood for you and for me. I guess that's about it. Yeah. My wife is so funny. She just loves me so much. How many are babies still awake over there? Honey bunny? Are the babies still awake? Do you know? Yeah, if you're living in like Southeast Texas, or where the humidity is up there, way up, you don't even have to worry about going to sweat lodge. You could just sweat right in your house. 100% humidity. Water just drips off the off the walls. I heard it gets so humid that the walls just sweat. Is that true? They're still awake? Oh, man. What the heck? It's 11:30. All right, guys, I better get going. I got to go put my babies, make sure they're all tucked in. Lily Gills. How's it going, Lily Gills? Big heart to you. Good to see you. English, Josh, Scrappy Owl. Sweating detoxes the body. That's why you got to get out there and work, 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 like the farmer does. This is what the farmer says. Florida's natural sweat lodge is by walking out the door. That's it. I heard that Florida's pretty humid too. Oh, they're asleep? Oh, okay, they're asleep. Okay, good. Then I don't have to go up. They're all asleep. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate it. My family is beneficiaries of all your prayers, and I know that they pay off. And I am very thankful as well. That's a great thing to have, is to have a lot of prayer support. And I hope anybody out there that needs any kind of, prayers, that you're not ashamed to ask. The Bible says you have not because you ask not. And I think because you're asking, it says when you do ask, and this is why I think people are afraid to ask, because they feel like, oh, I'm going to ask. I'm asking for the wrong reasons. Well, just make sure it doesn't have anything to do with pride, because if your pride is stopping you from asking, then maybe that's a good thing, because your pride needs to go away. You got to get past it, then just go ahead and push through. Pray for the right attitude. Pray for the right mindset when you do ask. But God, it says anybody who calls upon the name of the Lord is going to be saved. So if you're calling upon God for help, whatever that help may be, it could be physical, it could be financial, it could be spiritual, emotional, whatever. You ask God, and God will make a way for you. He's going to give you a way to supply your need, whatever need that is, whatever help that is. But many times that comes in the time of great trial, when you're in a bind, or when you're in a situation that you just need to realize that prayer is your way of escape. Prayer is your way of connecting to the resources that are inexhaustible. When it says he is able to do exceedingly abundantly above all that you could ever ask or think, according to his power that is at work within you. Remember this. God is at work within you. God is willing and working of his good pleasure in you. You just need to work it out. All you got to do is connect to what he's already doing. He is your co-laborer. God, you are co-laborers with God. Remember that. This is a collaboration. This isn't just God doing the work, God knows what I need. God understands. He cares for me. I don't have to worry about anything. Now, the scripture says, it's very clear. It says, and this is an interesting scripture when you think about it. It says, strive to enter into rest. That's almost like contradictory. Strive to enter into the rest of the Lord, right? You gotta exercise your senses to begin to be able to discern. So it's kind of like a ship. When a ship is going, you can't steer a ship if it's just staying still. You got to take a step of faith. You got to move. You got to go in the direction that you feel you're led to go, and that's just go forward. And then you'll be able to steer. Until you're moving, you're not going to be able to steer. If you're just sitting there, sitting still, trying to steer and go somewhere, you're not going to go anywhere. You're just going to sit there moving the rudder back and forth, and the ship is just going to not move. But if you're moving, at least you're going forward, then start trying to steer the ship, and then the ship will turn. So let the Lord direct you as you begin to move and take a step of faith and trust that the Lord is guiding you. And listen, be careful how you hear. Listen for God's voice. He does speak. Sometimes it's a voice that's behind your own voice. You may get mixed up, but just trust the Lord and ask him to clarify. And just tell him, I'm hard of hearing, God. Make sure you say it very clear. I want to know your voice. Spend time in his word. Spend time prayerfully contemplating the context of God's word. Don't just pick and choose and try to think that you're going to, you're going to somehow make God say something. Don't impose your own will upon God. Let God's will be done, not your own, right? If you're willing to let God do his will, if you're willing to do his will, it says, then you will know the doctrines that Jesus taught, whether they be of himself or whether they were from the Father, right? But you have to be willing to do his will. That's John chapter 7, verse 17. So make sure that you're willing to do his will. And then when you do, then God will begin to show you a clarity of his own messaging. His message will come to you. His clarity of thought will come to you. His answer will come to you. But it takes that. You got to be persistent. You got to strive. You got to exercise those senses. You got to stick with it. Don't give up. Keep pressing in. The Lord is the best life coach you could ever have. I'll just tell you that. You want to try to get pumped up. You want to try to get encouraged. You want to try to get hope. You want to make yourself feel the best you've ever felt. I'm going to tell you what. It doesn't always feel good to follow the Lord. I'm not going to tell you that. But like someone was saying, it's the best high you could ever have is knowing God, because it's reality. And even if it's a painful reality, there is a high, there is a peace that you'll have that will pass understanding. There is a joy that you can still have. And there is a sense of God directing your steps that goes beyond anything that you could ever imagine you yourself doing in your own strength, your own ability, your own knowledge. God has got a plan that is so much bigger than us, and his mind is directing thoughts to you, right? You are receiving from the Lord himself if you trust him, and he's going to be directing you and influencing your thoughts for his own glory, right? It's for his kingdom's plan, that you're a part of that kingdom, and everybody else that you share that message with is potentially a citizen of that kingdom, and you want to make sure that you're doing God's will to do what he calls you to do, so that God's working in their hearts too. You can trust that God is going to draw people to your message and open their hearts and minds to hear it. God is the one that's working in their lives as well, but he's going to use you to do it as well. Understand that that's why he calls you to be a disciple. That's why he calls you to go into all nations. That's why he calls you to teach everything that you've learned, and do all these things, baptize them in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the age, right? All the way till the time of the end. This is where we're at now. He said, I will be with you. So if God is with you, who can be against you? If God is with you, he's going to be speaking to the people that you're talking to, confirming what you're saying. He's in the middle of what you're doing. He's going to be a part of it. And that's the discipleship part of it too. The Spirit teaches, right? Jesus said, you have no need for any man to teach you. You have the Spirit of truth that will lead you into all truth. Well, then I shouldn't even be telling you any of this, right? Because you don't need somebody like me to tell you anything. No, because the Spirit of the Lord is in me, bringing a teaching, right? If you truly believe the Spirit of the Lord is leading, and I believe the Spirit of the Lord is leading me, well, then he's going to be using the gift that he's given me to teach. So be aware that the Lord is involved in certain people's lives, and he's also speaking directly to you as well. And that book was protected all throughout the ages, and it was compiled by the hand of God by using certain people all along the way to not only protect it, to die for it, but also to perfect it, to interpret it, to bring it into its perfection that it is today. And I'm not saying all translations. There's always going to be errors of human error in things that are handled by man. But God himself is the author of that perfection of his own word within it. Like it's always, His word is perfect. And so we can trust that when God is doing something, that it is perfect, right? We are still human. We're still vessels of clay, but it says within that clay vessel is a treasure that is eternal. We have this treasure in earthen vessels, it says. So recognize that it's holy men of old that were moved upon by the Holy Spirit as they wrote, and that the same thing happens with you today. Holy Spirit comes upon you as you study. You're going to understand the intent that it was meant to have. God will show you, and you're going to get it. You're going to see how it applies to your time and the day that you're in, the age that you're in. Same yesterday, today, and forever. Jesus Christ, the same yesterday and today, forever. His truth is eternal. It never changes. And the principles always apply. Hey, culture changes, traditions change, words change over time, language changes, but God remains the same. And God is consistent, and he always is. And that's the beautiful thing about the Word of God, is it's living. It's a living document. It's a living reality of thought that is, it reveals the very essence of who God is. If you really, it says you got to peer into it, look into it intently. The key is intently looking into it. Spend time looking into it intently. I always look at it like this. You got these occultists that look into crystal balls. They're like, oh, there's something in this crystal ball. There's a spirit in there, right? Well, when you look into the perfect law of liberty, you're looking into the very portal of God's heart and mind when you meditate on his word. When you sit and look at the word of God, you're literally being impressed upon by the very presence of the almighty glory of God's impressing it himself upon you. And that's the transformation process. So spend as much time as you can meditating on his word day and night. And you'll find that everything will begin to be, you'll start realizing that God is definitely guiding things. He's definitely in charge of his universe. He knows everything. So just to encourage you guys out there, what? Another one? Hold on a minute. So Israeli airstrikes are beginning on Iranian targets right now. Okay, that was just a little bit ago. More targets in Iran. Iran fired the Khyber missile at Israel for the first time. Iranian state media. So there was the first time there was a Khyber missile that was fired tonight. That was the first time that Iran fired one. I'm just kind of curious what that is. It's a solid fuel, medium range ballistic missile operated by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Aerospace Force. And it's the 4th generation missile. Yeah, it looks pretty ugly. It looks very sinister. It doesn't look. It's 1,500 to 1,800 kilograms. And it can travel 2,000 or up to 4,000 kilometers. And its accuracy is 10 to 30 meters. So that's pretty accurate. Wow. What else? Citing 2 security officials and a senior White House official, Trump administration is preparing for the possibility of retaliation from Iran, and the next 48 hours will be particularly worrisome. The next 48 hours. Uh-oh. I wonder what's going to happen. So they're expecting something to happen in the next 48 hours. The Trump administration. It says dozens of Israelis were injured in Iran's latest barrage, several in critical condition. I'm still wondering how anybody could have survived being anywhere close to those impacts, because that was just absolute devastation. It's just a miracle that they didn't have more people dying. But who knows? Are they going to really tell you? Okay, for the first time since the U.S. strike on Iran, new visuals show large plumes of smoke 20 kilometers away from the Natanz nuclear facility. Wow. Is that smoke? I just turned it down, but that's the smoke. If you can see it, those are mountains behind it, but the mountains kind of look like smoke, so it's not as bad, I don't think, as you would think. Those are mountains. You can see smoke, but I don't know. I don't know if it's as bad as they're making it seem. All right, what happened here? Yeah. Iranian official says that fuel ships may not pass to Europe through the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, gosh. Look at that. That's pretty crazy. That's the beginning of what's going to be turning out to be a war. You watch. So it says that Iranian officials reportedly say fuel ships may not pass to Europe through the Strait of Hormuz. If Iran carries out its threat to block oil tankers heading to Europe, the EU will have to ask Trump a couple of questions. What does that mean? The EU will have to ask Trump a couple of questions. Wow, Dubai is right there too. Dubai is right there. Is that where the United Arab Emirates are as well? Let me see. Yeah, the Emirates are all right there, right? Jeez, Oman. Oman is there. Oman. Not good, Oman. What else? So the Iranians attacked the Ben Gurion Airport, Biological Research Center, decision-making centers, and support bases. That's what they say. NBC, citing two security officials and a senior White House official, reported that the Trump administration is preparing for the possibility of retaliation from Iran. Okay, we already just told you that. Okay, sorry about that. This one is, okay, you posted that. Okay, great. Here's some more damage video. So this is Israelis. These are, it looks like Israelis that are looking at the damage of their home. There's a little baby crib there. That's so sad. My goodness, it's so good that they didn't get hurt. You know, I mean, they must have took heed to the warnings and were in a safe part of the house, because that's extensive damage. I mean, look at that baby crib. Can you imagine if the baby was in there? Look at that. That would have been really bad. And it looks like part of the wall came down. It looks like bunk beds there. Bunk beds for the kids. Wow. That's too bad. So it does look like the peace covenant or the Abraham Accords are now over, and the restrainer has been removed. What do you think? If so, maybe we're in the midst of a tribulation period. Evangelicals holding the doctrine of pre-trib. What do you think? That always stirs everybody up. No, it can't be. We're not supposed to be here. We're supposed to be gone by now. All right, guys. I think that's about it. I think I've exhausted myself here explaining everything. So hopefully it was all helpful and that we're all on the same page here about where this is all going. And Trump is now said to be relying on a smaller, more experienced Tier 1 advisory group comprising of Vice President Vance, Marco Rubio, and John Ratcliffe, and Joint Chiefs of Chair Daniel Kaine, which is now reportedly shaping U.S. policy on Iran rather than the traditional civilian defense and intelligence leadership. Thank you so much, Josh. I do appreciate that. That's great information there. One last thing. I think my wife said something here. Let's see. Yeah, Donald Trump sides with Israel and rejects the restrainers. I thought that was an interesting headline the other day. Did you guys happen to see that headline? Tell me that's not kind of creepy there. Look at that. Or at least it's almost seeming like the headline is biblical when it talks about the restrainer being taken out of the way. Rejects the restrainers. And who would the restrainers be? Well, the peace. Peace. Whatever was keeping the peace is now being taken out. The restrainer is the one that keeps peace and order, and now it's being taken away. So that was a headline right there. Isn't that kind of creepy? But a lot of evangelicals won't get that one. What is this? Really quick. What if Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz? Experts warn that oil could surge to $130 per barrel. Probably more than that. They're talking about $400 a barrel. Or even could reach $300 a barrel if the strait is shut down, significantly altering global energy markets. What would happen if oil was $300 a barrel? Let's look it up because I heard $400 a barrel. But let's just see. $300 a barrel, how much would gas cost? If crude oil were to reach $300 a barrel, gas prices could exceed $7 per gallon. Psh, it's going to be a lot higher than that. I remember when oil was $100 and something a barrel and it was already at $7 a gallon. We had it almost at $8 or $9 or $10 a gallon for a while there in Los Angeles during COVID. Remember? This is significant. This is a significant increase from current prices and could be the result of various factors, including reduced investment in oil production and the rise of electric vehicles. That was the AI. I don't think the AI knows what's going on. Let's see. Okay, here it is. It is almost an average of 4% of the OPEC price per barrel, meaning that if OPEC oil prices hit $300 per barrel, then regular unleaded gasoline would reach about $12 per gallon, because 4% of 300 equals 12. Okay, so you do buy the 4%. So if it's $400 a barrel, what would that turn out to be? Oh my goodness, let's see. Let's see what it would be. $400 a barrel would be $16 a gallon. Can you imagine paying $16 a gallon for gas? Seriously, who would be driving? Would your food be getting trucked to your local supermarket? Would there even be any freight being trucked across the country? Would they even be able to be making money? Dude, everything would shut down. That's it. Game over. Oh, gosh. Okay. Well, we need to pray. Stockpile gas. First thing in the morning, going and filling up my gas tank. Filling up some extra barrels of gas. Filling up my bathtub with gas. Did you ever see that video where that dude pulls his the guy pulls this, I think this was during COVID or when gas prices were really high. A dude pulls his pickup truck up to a gas tank, and he's got it lined with plastic. The back of his pickup truck is lined with plastic, and he's literally filling the back of his pickup truck bed that's lined with plastic. He's filling it up with gas. Did you ever see that? Go look at that video. I don't know how that happened. I don't think it was a joke. I think it was real. And people were saying he was crazy, and they weren't calling the cops on him. And then he takes off, and it's like sloshing all out. All this gas is like sloshing out of the back of his truck. Everyone's going to be going crazy. Anyways, there's no point in paying bills. Exactly. Everything is free now. Free for all. That's why we got guns, to make sure. Wild, Wild West. We're going to be making sure everybody knows. Don't come here. Just stay there. Everything is, and I won't say. It'll be a surprise. But anyway, God bless all you out there in BP Newsland. And make sure you share this feed everywhere you can. We got to get more people in this house for the Lord's will and for the Lord's glory. Ultimately, for long-term, eternal security, right? That's the reason why we want him here. So let's pray to that end, all of us, and continue to hang out in one accord, one mind, one heart, one spirit, one faith, one God and Father who is above all and in us all and will be working through us all, because we are the body of Christ. And our life is hid with God in the heavens, in Jesus' name. So you guys, I'll talk to you soon. God bless, and I'll probably see you guys back here tomorrow. I meant to get on here early this morning and do a, not here, but over on the BP Ministries channel, and I didn't get to it. But I'm really going to make an effort to do it tomorrow. I did miss a little bit. That's a full shift. That's right, Scott. God bless, brother. God bless y'all. We'll talk to you soon. And if anything does big go down, I'll be back on, hopefully, if I'm awake. So if anything big happens, I'll definitely let everybody know. But I'm not going to come on for just a few little rockets. My threshold is getting bigger and bigger. It has to be on the level of bunker buster and above from now on if it's going to be real late. But yeah, rockets still flying. I'll still come on. All right.